Why do I say that, Honorable Speaker? One, the Constitution of Kenya, which the people of Kenya gave to themselves, requires that Kenya is a unitary state, regardless of the regions it has. Equally, Article 10 of the Constitution puts national unity, patriotism, as a key component of our national values in the discharge of our duties. Several other times, and I want to speak to this very clearly, Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President, the truthful man he says he is, attended a church service in Bungoma, and we actually requested that we had several other problems which needed to be handled, specifically blocked road programs, employment opportunities. The Deputy President, the truthful man that he is, told us on our faces that according to the votes which we got, whatever we had gotten was enough and we had no duty to keep on asking for more projects. That is the Deputy President who is supposed to be the principal assistant to the President and who is supposed to portray national unity. Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President yesterday clearly said that the government that we have now, the Kenya Kwanza government, is a government of shareholders. Because it's shareholding agreements. Once you become a Deputy President, you are the face of national unity. He cannot really keep invoking the promises which were made, the agreements which were made prior to the government being formed. What will happen to those other countries, other areas which are not part and parcel of those particular agreements that were alleged to have been made? Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has committed an offense, or is reasonably expected to have committed an offense. When he was asked in his visits which he makes throughout the country, he said that he visited Keyo Marakwet, he visited other parts of the country, and he has been given animals. And those animals, he has kept them at his home, and he now has a herd. Article 76 of the Constitution clearly indicates that when you receive a gift or a donation, you are supposed to donate it back to the Republic. You don't keep it up as your reward at home. So looking at this, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has committed a corruption offense for which he needs to go home. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is supposed to be above board. He is supposed to be the number 2 citizen who needs to preach national unity. He is supposed to be the president in waiting. He is supposed to be actually the president in waiting, so that if anything happens, he is supposed to take over the reins of the country. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the utterances that have been made by the Deputy President, let us look at the KEMSA case. I've looked at the affidavit of Dr. Andrew. It is very, very clear that the Deputy President was actually conflicted in the KEMSA supply case, and Article 75 of the Constitution requires all state officers to avoid situations where they are in conflict of interest. And in leading this, the Deputy President should be at the forefront of avoiding situations where he falls in a situation where there's a conflict of interest. Taking into account all these 11 grounds that have been made, I have no doubt on my mind, Honorable Speaker, that for his arrogance, that for his breach of the Constitution, that for his defiance, that for his statements, that for his conduct, he is not a truthful man as he pretends to be, and we cannot have such a person as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. It is high time, Honorable Speaker, that we now seize the dragon of tribalism, we now seize the dragon of ethnicity, we now seize the dragon of regionalism and slay it and get our nation moving forward. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular motion and say the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya must go and we have to start up a fresh page. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Julius Ole Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I come from an older period, being a member of KANU and having served in the KANU government. and I find some things rather difficult to understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, this position of Deputy President is a new one. It came in 2010. The position of Vice President had very, very good gentlemen. I still recall the way the office was occupied by the Honorable, unfortunately late, George Saitoti, Kijana wa Malwa, and indeed, the fine gentleman that we have in politics now, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Those people, Mr. Speaker, understood their job. If I were to stand today and accuse the Honorable Rigathi Gachangua, I would accuse him of only one thing. He does not get it. This particular job, he does not know the job description of a deputy president. For one, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya says that there shall be a president. And then that president will be assisted by a deputy president. Now, assisted by a deputy president. That means, Mr. Speaker, that our Constitution foresees a situation where we have one driver and one makanga. And one is not trying to do the job of the other. Now, how did we get into a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we now have two bosses in the country? We have the president who is the boss, and we have the deputy president who says he's also the boss. Now, if there is something that we have to do in this house is to resolve that dispute. The country cannot run when we have...
Give Wamchomba the mic. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order to just ask whether the word makanga is parliamentary. I just need a clarification. The word makanga, whether it is parliamentary language. Is the member in order to use that kind of language today?
Honorable Wamchomba. Order. Yes, Millie. Yes, Millie.
I don't know if Honorable Sunkuli has allowed me to inform you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Sunkuli that you can use those words so long as you put in inverted commas, because you are reporting. So when it is reported, like in the case where people are talking kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to speak to it by saying that it is actually people saying that are crucifying the DP. By saying he should kufa, the motion here is on the, in quote, makanga. It's not on the dereva. So people want to bring the motion on the dereva in quotes, can bring, but the one we are dealing with now is on makanga.
But for Honorable Wamchomba, language is dynamic. It's living. It grows. That's why you now find Kiswahili words in the Oxford English Dictionary. And by ordinary usage, every single Kenyan knows what makanga means. And Sunguli was not mixing languages. He spoke in the manner like he was quoting.
I will definitely need another extra time. But, Mr. Speaker, so our Constitution foresees a situation where the President and the Deputy President operate in harmony. Now, Mr. Speaker, if your principal job is to assist the President, and your marriage with the President is now irretrievably broken down, the only purpose of this House is to say that there is actually no more marriage, and that the Deputy President can no longer perform his duties as a Deputy President. And so, if that happens to be the situation, then what remains? I remember the late President Moi telling us that the problem with Africans is that they don't resign until they are kicked out. In this particular situation, because the marriage is irretrievably broken down, it ought to be the case that the Deputy President ought to say, as a gentleman, that this thing is not working, I'm going to leave it. He has said that this is like a company. And in a company, people exist in order to have a common good. And the mixture of strategy and vision and deep understanding of their core business is what will bring fruits to this job. Mr. Speaker, I believe myself that there are two mistakes that have been made here that need to be looked into by this House. One is that the Deputy President ought to believe in the Republic of Kenya. Because if I look at the number of times, if I Google the number of times the Deputy President has pronounced the word Mount Kenya, and the number of times he has pronounced the name Kenya, the number of times he has said Mount Kenya are more than the times he has said Kenya. A person who takes the oath to be the Deputy President of Kenya must be a person who pronounces the words Kenya more than the one person who pronounces the words of his region. Patriotism. And secondly, the person must actually believe in his boss and must...
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if your core business is to work for your boss, you must believe in him. If you don't believe in him, what are you doing with him? The second thing is that you must believe in Kenya. If you don't believe in Kenya, that you believe that your responsibility is to look after the shares of your side of Kenya, then what are you doing with the rest of the country? Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by urging that next time we appoint a deputy president, next time the president appoints a deputy president, let him understand that that is a serious business. You must appoint a person who will actually understand that he's going to be a president if something bad happens. Don't do it just because he brings votes. Let us be serious about this responsibility, because that is where we are going wrong. Someone is saying that he qualifies just because he actually appealed to the rest of the Kenyans and can be trusted by the Kenyans. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, vote to impeach.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that I support this motion entirely without putting or proposing to put a comma or full stop on any ground that has been placed here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the honorable members that Clinton was almost impeached, or the impeachment attempt against Clinton in 1998 was out of the Monica Lewinsky.
Read your history properly. He was actually impeached.
Exactly. Monica Lewinsky matter. Of course, it was overturned later by the courts and other issues, but I'm saying it was out of that scandal, the very small scandal of the sexual scandal in White House. Honorable Speaker, I want first to start by proposing this question, Honorable Speaker, to honorable members. How would you feel that when you eventually transit to the next world, you are dead, that your brother or the person that you choose to entrust to take care of your wife and your children's property decides to start using those property for his own personal use? As members, how would you feel that? That is the question that honorable members should be making, should be answering themselves before they vote today, later today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the late Governor Ruto Gachangua passed on 24th of February 2017. Between 2017, Honorable Speaker, to 2024, it is indeed true that the late governor then, amongst Mwai Madenge and Joroge, he entrusted Mr. Rigathi, the deputy president, as the executor of his will. But, Honorable Speaker, between 2017 and 2024, the property that, and this is, Honorable Speaker, is in the document that Mwengi Mutusa has shared, Honorable Mwengi Mutusa has shared with us and tabled in this House, that between 2017 and 2024, he's been able to alter or tamper with those companies, make himself directors in some of those companies, transfer some of those properties to himself, disinherit some of the beneficiaries, the kids of the late, and put them to himself. And then one particular case, Honorable Speaker, is the Olive Garden Realtors, Honorable Speaker, that was actually altered on 2nd of March 2022, using the position of power to his own advantage, Honorable Speaker. How can you explain that? He will then tell you, Honorable Speaker, that I bought its willing buyer, willing seller. Really? Does it mean that all your money that you've acquired, which is also questionable, the only property that you could identify is the property that is under the care or is supposed to help the family and the widows of your late brother? How wicked can we be? Then you come in full glare of camera and tell the members of the public that please let my brother rest in peace. I decided to hold this property in trust for them, when the brother, the kids, the widows, and the daughters and sons of the late are languishing in poverty and complaining and crying. It is total shame. You cannot use your position for that. Honorable Speaker, these are practical examples, and I'm telling my honorable members to acquit themselves and go through ground 7, Honorable Speaker. It is actually on page 16 to 30. This is nothing but gross violation of the law, Honorable Speaker, taking advantage of their own power, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and even to prove that, you will realize that those companies, by the time the companies some of them were being registered, the new ones, and the time the transfer of these properties were taking place, Honorable Speaker, the whole thing is actually contemporaneous. You need not to be a rocket scientist to know that clearly this is fraud and this is this was taking advantage of the late. I want to remind the Honorable Deputy President of the good book in the book of Proverbs chapter 15 verse 25, that the Lord will tear, that's what the Bible says, that the Lord will tear down the house of the proud, but he will establish the boundary of the widow. That is why we are here today. If there is no other reason that has brought us here, Honorable Speaker, it is to protect the family that is being disinherited of their property under coercion, blackmail, and threats. If there is no other reason, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, even it's actually biblical again, in the good book, Honorable Speaker, of the book of Exodus 22:22, that do not take advantage of the widow, do not take advantage of the fatherless. If you do, and they cry to me, I will certainly hear their cry, and my anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Today, we are using the sword today here to protect, and it is biblical, it is religious. Today, we are using the sword to impeach you, just to protect the children that are suffering, that you threatened, that you blackmailed, that you told that if you dare speak or utter a word, I am the Deputy President of Kenya, elected by 7.2 million people, I will finish you. Finish who? In this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I mean, there is nothing more for me, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. There is nothing more than cabinalism. I mean, really, like you are left under the care of the properties of your brother. Then you take them to your advantage, your immediate brother. Then on TV you tell us that, in the will, my brother gave me, and then he gave my wife, then he gave my sons. What about his children? What about his widows? What about his sons? How proudly can you say that you are only enjoying the property of your brother? For that reason alone, Honorable Speaker, we say Gachangua must go. If there is no other reason, today Gachangua must go. Honorable Speaker, I relate this case with the case of, I relate this matter, Honorable Speaker, with the Spelunchian explorers case, Honorable Speaker, where the members...
Yes, Kipchumba. Timothy Kipchumba.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91 on the issue of statement of facts. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Soro to claim that the Honorable Rigathi Gachangua disinherited the wife of the late brother. Honorable Speaker, can you table the facts before this House that he disinherited?
Honorable Kipchumba. Order, Osoro. Honorable Kipchumba. Those are the facts that the move of the motion placed on the table. It appears you probably were not in the House then. Finish up, Osoro.
Honorable Speaker, I'll refer the Honorable Member to pages 16 to 30 of this very motion that was tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. And these are facts. And I've also said that, Honorable Speaker, on this particular matter, the threshold is on the 2/3, and we're also working on the balance of probability. We are looking at this matter on how the facts relate or place themselves on the table from the transfer of the properties and also the registration of the companies. I mean, it is clear, the facts are contemporaneous. Nobody, unless you don't need to be a rocket scientist to identify this whole thing, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, for this reason, for this very, that I support the impeachment, even if it has 6, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
TJ Kajwang will be the last for the morning.
Mr. Speaker, just confirm to me that I can see that there is 1 minute to the hour. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a very simple reason, that if there is any member who came in this chamber believing that we or the members are going to impeach the deputy president without reason, they can listen to us and we can give them the reasons why we stand noonday to make this presentation. First of all,
member for Machakos County, what is the problem?
What about the dissenting voices, Shuan?
The speaker has no way of knowing who is dissenting. Yes. Go on, Kajwang. Yes. Yes, Ngusia, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker,
TJ Kajwang, 1 minute.
I have come to make a very small presentation as the member of Ruaraka. First of all, having seen that the motion has been signed by 291 members, this House, single constituencies are 290. If 291 have signed and will vote, Gachagua must go. Number 2, we have not come here to vilify anybody. We have come here with facts, we have come here with evidence, and we have come here with a law. I want to be in a country where my son and my daughter, if he qualifies and if he's eligible, will get employment, will do business, will walk proud and tall, not because he comes from Waondo village in Nyanza, but because she or he is eligible. This politics of everybody must come from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya. Usiguze mlima. Usiguze milima. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that this country is for us all. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that there are no people who are entitled more than the others. that there are people who fought for Mau Mau more than the others, or that there are people who are more populated than others. And so this idea that they work for Kenya Kwanza government and that they must eat, it is their time to eat. This deputy president, his mentality is that he got votes for President Ruto, and so it is his time to eat. For that reason only, I would vote, because I want a situation after we are through with elections, everybody, including me, is served, because I pay taxes like everybody else. For the deputy speaker to go to...
Wamjomba, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is the member on the floor?
Which order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. You are not the Speaker. I am addressing Mr. Speaker. Stop heckling. You are not the Speaker. I'm addressing the Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, is the member Honorable Kajiang in order to say that there is a mentality that the deputy president has a mentality to eat? Does he have any gadget to measure mentality? Is that a fact? Can you prove? Can you prove that there is a mentality? Which gadget do you use to measure mentality?
Go on.
Check. Mr. Speaker, first of all, pronounce my name properly. I'm not Gachangua. I am Kajuang, not Kanjoang. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. Everybody, I heard them call it raila, Kanjuang. Some of you must learn that we are in a country for everybody. Nobody is powerful than the other. Nobody comes from a section of community. Today we will show that this country is for everybody. Mr. Speaker, there must be hygiene in leadership. There must be hygiene. You cannot trade with government, and you are the deputy speaker. The deputy president. Sorry. You cannot trade with government, and then you are the deputy president. You cannot trade with government and you are a state officer. Even you who are sitting here, stop trading with government, so that you only have one work, which is an elected member of this house. So evidence has been laid before us, and we are clear on page 16 of this evidence that him and his family, first of all, he thinks that his family, it is all right if his family trades with the government. He has not read the Leadership and Integrity Act. You, yourself, your wife, your mother, your son, your daughter must not trade with government, so that we allow enterprises to grow out there. Mr. Speaker, only on that basis, I think that there is a situation here which we must save. The third one, Mr. Speaker, he is principal assistant to the president. If we don't deal with this thing today, all vice presidents or deputy presidents will think that the president is age mate. There must be a distinction between a president and a deputy president. This one, at least the president has allowed him to chair the cabinet. At least the president has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. Now, well, the law has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. What would happen if, as the chairman of IBEC, he is only giving budget allocations to people from Mrema? What would happen if he is the chairman of IBEC, only giving budget allocations to people of his family? Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say, this presidency as it is so dysfunctional that even if we left it today, there would be a problem in presidency in such a manner that would undermine national integrity and national security. I don't need information. I just have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Finish up.
Yes,
Finish up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to impeach him because of what that speaker had talked about, that we are lynching or that it's a mob. We have carefully considered, and the law is that we are not talking about civil liability or culpability. We are talking about accountability. We are talking about political governance and political responsibility. And so all those things that he has said out there, he must take responsibility for. And we are politicians. We are not a court of law. He will be tried in Senate. Ours is just to initiate this process. And the Senate will ask very pertinent question. He is saying that all these things he got from his brother and so on. They will investigate and find out, did he pay tax for them? When he filed this report and said that he's worth so much, did he say that he also got something from his brother? Now, no, it is not here. You don't know. This thing is asked in the Senate. It is the Senate that is the trial chamber and the investigating. So the Senate will also ask his return forms. He's also asked the KRA forms if this information are consistent. And so, in all the evidence that I've seen, in all the charges I've seen, I return a verdict that Gachangua must do what? Gachangua must do what? Gachangua must do what?
Order, members, will you be upstanding? Order, honorable members. It is now 1:09, and the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon.
Try the new Dunked All-Star Box for only $8.90 Kenyan shillings. Hope you're ready for the new star of the show. KFC, it's finger-licking good while stocks last.
Kidani Mabati is a leading manufacturer of premium roofing sheets in Kenya. We are renowned for our commitment to quality and affordability. Kidani specializes in producing durable roofing sheets that cater to diverse construction projects. See value without compromising on the quality of materials we use. Contact us on 0709 118 300 for exclusive offers on our assorted roofing sheets. Pay a 50% deposit and the balance on delivery. We offer free delivery countrywide. Boresha mjengo wako na Kidani Mabati.
Sikia ni juicy flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu Aya kituka na shika yami na flow kama maji tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu moja juu ni tamu kama sali. Ni juicy. Flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu zinakuudhi, sijali my bro, hebu kama taka juicy juu ni juicy. Flavor zote tamu tena fruity. Are you bored? Kuna vitu zinakuudhi, sijali my bro, hebu kama taka juicy juu ni
But I know that meat looks tender, but maybe not so much when your chest is burning. Remember what happened the last time? Hey, dude, you don't listen, man. Are you testing yourself? I tried looking out for you, bro. Hey, you see now? How's the heartburn? Look now, it's burning.
Do not hold back in any situation. Eno gets to work on the 6 symptoms of heartburn fast.
You do know you said all of that out loud, right?
If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
Ni hapa ati nini? Ni hapa hii mwezi ya Oktoba 11th and 12th, wakulima wote kupitia Agitech Expo wanakutana hapa kuweza kusoma mambo ya horticulture, mambo ya animal husbandry, na tunakuambia vipi wawekezaji wote wataweza kushirikiana pamoja na wakulima. Mbona ukose? Mimi nitakuwa na nimekuambia ni hapa, njoo tulime.
Citizen Duka, the home of discount.
Tunajua familia yako hufurahia mboga na matunda, na ndio maana Citizen Duka, the home of discounts, inakuletea Mama Soko package kutoka Quickmart. 1 bunch of spinach 35 down to 18. 1 bunch of sukuma wiki 29 down to 18. 1 kg of tomatoes 69 down to 49. 1 kg of onions 89 down to 69. 1 kg of white potatoes 119 down to 99. 5 pieces of imported oranges 299 down to 189. Packing bag 40 shillings. Ukinunua hii package ukitumia Citizen Duka utalipa only 482, meaning utakuwa umesave 208 shillings. Piga *487*5# na ulipe saizi ka stock bado iko. Ukishalipa you can go to Citizen Duka counter ya any Quickmart supermarket yenye iko karibu na wewe and you get to collect your products. Unangoja nini? Si ulipe saizi ka bado stock iko ndio enjoy discount yako.
Citizen Duka, the home of discount.
Spending too much time using Acco takes just 3 easy steps. Acco all-purpose cleaner is effective around any surface. And Acco is a woman's best friend. New Acco all-purpose cleaner saves time, saves money. Also available in lavender fragrance.
Welcome to Boma Mabati Factory, the 2024 winner in roofing solutions. All our products come with a warranty and are kept certified. Be part of our many satisfied customers by visiting us to enjoy great discounts. Boma Mabati Factory, Mabati Poa, near Boma.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull.
Sis, see, it's the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion.
Hiyo ndio secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
Soka tuliambia ulihisi aje?
Mara ya kwanza sikuamini. Huyo mama akarudi tena akanipigia mara ya pili. Akanitumia directions.
Yes.
Ndio nikaona kuna kaukweli.
Umefikiria matumizi ya pesa Mumbwa? Unapanga kufanya nini?
Kuanza biashara.
Hii atuambiagi watu nini iko ndani, hii ni wewe tu ndo unajua.
Na mtazamaji, ni saa 7 na dakika 18 hivi. Bila shaka siku muhimu, matukio yanayojiri katika maeneo ya bunge, kukiwa na mihemko ya aina yake, wabunge wakiendelea kuzungumzia mjadala na hoja ya kumuondoa mamlakani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Tumekuandalia taarifa zifuatazo mpaka kufikia mwendo wa saa 8 kabla ya kusubiri saa 8:30 kurejea kwa vikao vya bunge, ikiwa pia naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ni mwenye kutarajiwa kufika na kutoa ushahidi wake rasmi mwendo wa saa 11 kwa muda wa saa 2. Haya, tugeukie taarifa ambazo tumezipa kipaumbele, na ni kwamba mbunge wa Kibwezi West Mwengi Mutuse amewasilisha sababu 11 za kumuondoa ofisini naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Mutuse amesema kuwa Gachagua amekiuka katiba, sheria na hata kuhujumu umoja wa kitaifa kinyume na majukumu ya ofisi yake. Wabunge wameazimia hoja hiyo ambayo iliungwa mkono na jumla ya wabunge 291. Wanahabari wetu Stephen Leto, Emmanuel To na Gatete Njoroge wako kwenye makao ya bunge kufuatilia matukio hayo, na sasa wanaungana nasi moja kwa moja kutuarifu mengi. Nafikiri nianze na Stephen Leto. Bila shaka Emmanuel To, ni radhi, bila shaka mmekuwa kwa wingi mkifuatilia tu matukio kuanzia asubuhi mwendo wa saa 3 asubuhi. Kumekuwa na mihemko kutoka kwa baadhi ya wabunge. Tuambie pengine yale yaliyojiri kuweza kukumbusha watazamaji ambao hawakuwa wanafuatilia kwa makini yale ambayo yameweza kuzuka kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3 asubuhi mpaka kufikia sasa.
Naam, asante sana Nimrod. Tuko hapa bungeni ambapo kuna mengi ambayo yametukia kwa takriban saa 4 zilizopita, na tumeshuhudia mihemko, tumeshuhudia wabunge ambao wanaunga mkono hoja hiyo, wakiibua hoja ya kuunga hoja hiyo, na kuna wachache ambao wamepinga. Kuna mmoja tu mbunge wa Kitui Central ambaye ni Makali Mulu, ambaye niye peke yake ambaye hadi sasa amepewa nafasi ya kupinga hoja hiyo. Na kwa sasa niko hapa na mwenzangu Stephen Leto, ambaye tutakuwa tunajaribu tu kudadavua na kuchunguza tujue hoja hii hadi sasa imekuwa vipi. Leto, kwanza tuanzie pale kwa watu ambao waliunga ripoti ile ambayo ilitokea ya shughuli ya kuchukua maoni kutoka kwa umma. Hadi sasa wanasema 65% wameunga ile hoja mkono wakati wa shughuli hiyo. Unasemaje kuhusu hayo?
Ni kweli kwamba kumekuwa na mihemko wakati ambapo wabunge wamekuwa wakijadili kuhusu hoja hii ya kumng'atua mamlakani naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na baadhi ya makosa ambayo anatumiwa kuwa ametekeleza makosa yote 11. Baadhi ya wabunge wanasema kwamba watapiga kura kuidhinisha kwamba ang'atuliwe ofisini, na jinsi tu ulivyosema ni kwamba mbunge mmoja tu alikofikia sasa ambaye ni mbunge wa Kitui kati Makali Mulu, ambaye ameweza kumtetea naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Lakini kumekuwa kabla ya ngoma ianze, tuliona kwamba kiranja walio wachache bungeni na mbunge wa Suba Kaskazini Milio Dhiambo aliweza kuwasilisha ripoti iliyotokana na public participation ama kujumuishwa kwa umma kwa siku za Ijumaa na Jumamosi, ambapo 65% waliidhinisha kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, kutokana na makosa walioonyeshwa, ni kwamba aondoke mamlakani, huku 33% wakipinga naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kuondolewa. Lakini kumekuwa na utata mwingi. Kumekuwa na ripoti ya kwanza ya zoezi hilo, na pia ripoti ya pili. Ya kwanza ikionyesha kwamba kulikuwa na mushkili kidogo kuhusiana na asilimia ya wale ambao waliweza jitokeza katika swala zima la public participation ama kujumuishwa kwa umma.
Naam. Bila shaka ni swala ambalo tutatarajia kwamba litakuwa linaibua tumbo joto, haswa wakati wa kikao cha saa 8. Kumbuka kwamba tunarejea mwendo wa saa 8:30, wakati ambapo wabunge zaidi watakuwa wanatoa maoni yao, kwa sababu hadi sasa ni wabunge 10 ama 11 tu ambao tayari wametoa maoni kati ya wabunge 345, lakini si wote watakaozungumza. Lakini pia jioni tunamtarajia naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kufika hapa na kutoa hoja zake. Kwa hivyo Leto, jioni tunatarajia nini, tukifunga tu kwa sababu ya muda?
Tumeona kwamba baadhi ya wabunge ambao tayari wametoa hisia zao wanamtaja naibu rais na kumwambia kwamba usimtusi mkunga uzazi ungalipo. Ni kutokana na ile swala la hapo jana ambapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua aliwakashifu wabunge wale ambao walitia sahihi hoja hii, wote wakiwa 291. Na hii leo katika vikao vya bunge, tukianza na spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula, akisema kwamba haikuwa sawa naibu rais hapo jana kuwa na kikao na wanahabari na kukashifu wabunge na kujaribu tu kutoa hisia zake kuhusu na yale ambayo yatafanyika leo. Lakini jinsi ulivyosema ni kwamba muda unazidi kuyoyoma na spika wa bunge la kitaifa alisema kwamba wabunge wote watatumia masaa saba kutoa hisia zao, lakini kufikia sasa wabunge 11 pekee wamezungumza kwa takriban masaa matatu hivi.
Saa 3 hivi unusu hivi.
Kuashiria kwamba huenda wabunge wote 344 hawawezi pata nafasi ya kuzungumza, au tunaweza pata kwamba ifikapo saa 8:30 vikao vitakavyorejelewa tutapata hoja la kupunguza muda, manake kila mbunge anapata nafasi ya dakika 5, na kufikia sasa tunaona kwamba huenda dakika 5 zikawa nyingi na kuweka pazia wengine wasiweze kuzungumza, hivyo kuashiria kwamba huenda kukawa na hoja ya kupunguza kutoka dakika 5 hadi dakika 3. Lakini la mno zaidi ni kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachangua anatarajiwa kuanzia saa 11 jioni afike mbele ya bunge kujitetea kabla ya wabunge kupiga kura. Na tayari nimeona baadhi ya wafanyikazi kutoka afisi ya naibu rais wakiwa wamefika bungeni, wakiwa wale wanaoitwa advanced team. Ishara tosha kwamba huenda naibu rais anatarajiwa kufika hapa. Wenzetu wako upande ule wa pili, Gatete Njoroge pamoja na Melita Oletenges kwenye barabara ile wakijaribu tu kuangalia, manake afisi ya naibu rais iko pale. Hatujui kama naibu rais atatokea kwenye ofisi yake ama kwenye makao yake.
Tunaelezwa kwamba turejee studioni kwa sababu ya matangazo zaidi, lakini tutegee macho sasa. Yote ngoma ndio inaanza sasa kutoka sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 6 usiku. Kwa sasa tukupeleka moja kwa moja hadi kaunti ya Kisumu, kule Pacho kwenyewe kwake Laura Otieno aweze kutupasha watu wa kule wanasemaje.
Kisumu dala.
Naam, shukran sana. Kutoka makao ya bunge tuko hapa katika mtaa wa Manyata, kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo wakazi pia wamekuwa wakifuatilia kwa undani kabisa masuala ambayo yanaendelea bungeni kuhusiana na hoja mzima ya kumbandua afisini naibu rais Rigathi Gachangua. Hapa tulipo ni bunge la wananchi katika mtaa huu, ambapo kwa kawaida vijana hukusanyika ili kujadili masuala yanayofungamana na uongozi humu nchini, lakini leo wamefika hapa ili kutazama hoja yenyewe inayohusisha kumbandua afisini Rigathi Gachangua. Pengine nizungumze nao moja kwa moja. Anza kwa jina, njoo hapa na unaambie umekuwa ukifuatilia vikao hivi vya bunge tangu asubuhi. Unatarajia nini ama umeona kama vinaendelea vipi? Angalia pale, anza na jina.
Kwa majina mimi najulikana kama Bozan. Mimi ni mkaaji hapa Kisumu, maeneo ya Manyata. Na hapa pia niko kwenye bunge la wananchi upande wa CJ huko. Sasa mimi kuanzia asubuhi nimekuwa nikitazama mambo ya parliament kuhusu mambo ya Gachangua na William Ruto. Lakini mimi ningependelea jinsi nimeona tangu Ruto na Gachangua wachukue uongozi ya hii nchi, Gachangua amekuwa mtu ya kutoa matamshi ile mbaya. Kitu ya kwanza kenye Gachangua niliudhi nayo ile mambo yenye Gachangua alisema ati hii Kenya ni shareholders. Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, kwani hawa matrefs wenye umebaki kama wangekuwa kwa serikali pale hao wangekuwa wanapata nini? Sasa hapo ndio makosa nilipata kama Gachangua sio mtu ambao anaweza unganisha wananchi ya Wakenya pamoja. Kwa hivyo mimi maoni yangu nikisema mimi nataka Gachangua aende nyumbani, na jana alisema yeye si mwanasiasa, yeye ni mtu ya biashara. Sasa yeye aende kunisha mambo ya biashara yenye alikuwa anafanya huko mwanzo, kwa sababu alisema vizuri yeye ni mtu ya biashara.
Shukran sana. Naona baadhi ya watu ambao wanazungumza. Pengine pia nipate mtazamaji sijini Mkenya tu mwingine ambaye pia alikuwa anashughulika utaniwia radhi kidogo, maana tunapita hapa ndani. Anza kwa jina na unaambie mwenyewe ulikuwa ukiangalia vile bunge ilikuwa ikiendelea. Unaona mchakato mzima unaendelea vipi?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Ongoro. Mimi ni mkazi hapa Kisumu Manyata. Sasa niko hapa CJ bunge la wananchi. Mimi naendelea kulingana na hiyo maneno ya impeachment. Bunge wameongea, wengine wamepinga, lakini naona tu majority wameunga. Aende tu nyumbani, aende elimu. Alisema ya kwamba hakukuja alikuja kuongoza akiwa na mali. Sasa aende tu alinde mali yake kwa usalama. Na hiyo ndio neno yangu.
Na shukrani sana. Pengine pia nikipata tu mtu mwingine mmoja azungumze kwa kifupi kidogo tu. Anza na jina, alafu unaambie, manake nimekuwa ulikuwa ukifuatilia vikao hivi. Unaona vipi kuhusiana na mchakato mzima, pengine unafaa ama unaendeshwa vipi?
Kulingana na mjadala unaendelea bungeni, sijafurahia hiyo vile wabunge wanatoa ushuhuda yao kweli. Gachagua na kazi misipingi kama kosa matumishi yao wizi, wabunge wote wanafanya wizi. Hakuna mbunge msafi huko bungeni, wote ni waizi. Sasa Gachagua aendelee na kazi, waachane pole pole.
Namshukuru sana. Kama ulivyosikia, basi ndio katika eneo hili la bunge la wananchi ni tukipita na alitavuka wakati ambapo bunge litapiga kura ili kuona kama hoja hii wataikubali ama itatupiliwa mbali. Basi pia tuende katika maeneo ya Nyeri ambapo Kamau yupo. Pengine Kamau, hali iko vipi katika kaunti ya Nyeri?
Asante Laura, na hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri tunaendelea kuzingatia ama kufuatia ule mjadala ambao uko kwenye bunge la kitaifa wa hoja ya kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na kwa sasa tuko katika eneo la Kiamariga. Hapa ni kilomita 2.5 hivi kutoka nyumbani kwake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na wakazi hapa wamekuwa kiufuata ule mjadala ndani ya bunge, na nitakuwa najumuika na wawili watatu hivi. Nianze na mzee huyu hapa. Kwa majina unaitwa nani? Umekuwa kifuata mjadala ama hoja ile bungeni, kwa maoni yako pengine unaona kama zile accusations ziko na msingi wowote?
Kwa majina yangu ni Jackson Moi Moragori. Mimi mkaaji wa hii town ya Kiamariga, karibu na kwa mheshimiwa na kwa Deputy President Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Na tunasikia baya sana na tunafuata hii motion, lakini hii motion haina msingi, kwa maana Gachagua mpaka alitrain na akae kwa hiyo kiti, wapende wasipende. Na sisi watu wa Kiamariga tumeamua kama ni baya iwe baya. Na hatuogopi.
Naam. Na pengine kuanzia asubuhi umekuwa ukizingatia yale ambayo mbunge wa kule Kibwezi Magharibi Mwingi Mutuse amekuwa akisema kule bungeni. Pengine hizi accusations unasikia ni kama zitatosha kumpeleka naibu rais nyumbani?
Hii haitoshi kamwe. Ile kitu nasikia hiyo yote ni kuwekelewa. Ukisikia ile mambo anataja kama Munyoro, mavitu kama hizo, hiyo yote ni kuwekelewa. Na kama mtu alijitahidi kutafuta mali yake hata samani, anaigiriwa kwa nini? Naam. Na hiyo mali yote ni yake.
Naam, asante sana. Wacha tuzungumze na huyu hapa. Kwa majina ndugu yangu unaitwa nani? Mbunge Eric Wamombi ambaye ni mbunge wako anatarajiwa pia kusema yake pale bungeni. Utakuwa unatarajia kujua kwa nini anaunga mkono ile hoja ya kumbandua naibu rais?
Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Kero kutoka Kiamariga. Hapa ni nyumbani kwa naibu wa rais His Excellency the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Kwa hivyo mimi ningeshawishi mbunge wetu Eric Wamombi ajite kama mkutano mapema kabla ya kwenda kuvote. Ajite kama mkutano mapema, ajue kwamba mtu wa nyumbani apigangwi. Mtoto anapigwa akirudishwa nyumbani, sisi tunampiga ukimtoa.
Na je, mswada huu ama mjadala huu ama hii hoja hii mtaifuata mpaka mwisho mjue kama bunge la kitaifa litaweza kumbandua naibu rais?
Ndio tunafuatilia kwa kina sana. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia huu mwisho na utapita. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia wale ambao waliweza kuunga mkono watakuwa washabadilisha mwenendo wao.
Naam. Asante sana. Kwa sababu ya muda tutakuwa tunarejesha upande huo wa Nairobi nje ya bunge la kitaifa kwake Melita Oletenges, naye atueleze yale ambayo yanaendelea kule bungeni. Melita.
Naam, shukran sana mwenzangu Kamau na kwa hisia hizo mseto kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri. Hapa katika jiji la Nairobi nje ya bunge la kitaifa, basi nitakuwa nakupa tu taswira ilivyokuwa wakati ambapo wabunge walikuwa humo ndani wakijadili na kupambanua pumba na ngano kuhusu mchakato huu mswada wa kumngatua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Kama unavyoona nyuma yangu ni kwamba usalama umeimarishwa hapa. Kumekuwa na vitengo tofauti vya usalama ambavyo vimekita kambi katika maeneo tofauti nje ya bunge, na wamekuwa hapa kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi, tangia mwendo wa saa 1 hivi asubuhi wamekuwa wakikita kambi hapa. Kumbuka kwamba baada ya mswada huu kuwasilishwa, kulikuwa na lile ombi kwamba wabunge wapewe usalama wa kutosha ili waendelee na shughuli zao za kawaida. Kwa hivyo hii leo tumepata kuona vitengo tofauti vya usalama vimefika hapa na kukita kambi kabisa, ange kabisa, kutoa na usalama na kushika doria katika maeneo tofauti ya jiji la Nairobi na vile vile nje ya bunge la kitaifa. Mwenzangu Gatete Njoroge alikuwa tayari amekwisha kuzunguka maeneo tofauti sana katika jiji hii. Gatete, pengine katika pita zako uliweza kushuhudia hali ikiwa vipi?
Naam, labda tu nikueleze Melita, kando na usalama kuimarishwa karibu na maeneo ya bunge, tumeona ya kwamba barabara kando na barabara ile ya City Hallway pamoja na Parliament Road pia imeweza kufungwa. Hata sisi wanahabari hatuwezi kutumia barabara hiyo. Wakati tulipita ule mwendo, tulipita barabara hiyo, tuliweza kuelezwa kupita barabara hii ya chini. Lakini pia nimeweza kuzunguka tukiwa pamoja na mpiga picha wetu Steve Shitera ambaye tumeweza kuzunguka naye. Tumeelekea maeneo pale karibu na maeneo ya kuegesha gari ya Railways. Kuna maafisa zaidi ambao wako pale. Tumeweza kuzunguka maeneo ya Odeon na pia tukazunguka pale karibu na barabara ya Parliament Road ambapo tulimpata hata kamanda wa polisi jiji kuu la Nairobi, Bwana Bungei alikuwa pale pamoja na maafisa wengine ambao wamefika wakisema kwamba leo ni kuhakikisha kwamba hali ya usalama inaweza kudumishwa. Tunaelewa kando tu na wabunge kujadili, tunaelewa kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua yeye mwenyewe ataweza kufika hapa mwendo wa saa 11 ili kuweza kujitetea mbele ya wabunge. Na kwa hivyo tumeweza kuona kando na usalama kuimarishwa karibu tu na bunge, tumeweza kuzunguka katikati mwa jiji na tumeona hii leo maafisa ni wengi zaidi ili tu kuhakikisha kwamba hakutakuwa na hali ya mshike au ile hali ya mshikil wakati ambapo wabunge watakuwa wakijadili hoja hii ya kumuondoa naibu rais.
Kando na hali ya usalama ilivyoimarishwa, pengine katika pita zako vile vile ulipata kuwaona Wakenya wakifuatilia mjadala huu ambao unaendelea au sasa umesitishwa kwa muda lakini utaendelea baadaye katika bunge la kitaifa?
Na Melita, tuliweza kuzunguka lakini wengi ambao tuliwaona wanaendelea na biashara zao za kawaida. Tumeona magari ya kubeba abiria yanaendelea na kawaida, wafanyabiashara, wachuuzi wanaendelea na kazi. Pia tumeweza kutazama tu ndani ya mikahawa, lakini idadi ya watu ambao wako mle ndani ni wachache mno ukilinganisha na maeneo mengi nchini. Tunakumbuka kwamba katika kama zile kaunti zetu tumeweza kuona wenzetu kutoka maeneo kaunti tofauti ambao wanaendelea kutazama wakiwa katika mikahawa, lakini katika jiji la Nairobi wacha tuseme hali ni kama ya kawaida. Wakazi wanaendelea na biashara zao kama kawaida, wafanyabiashara wanafanya biashara zao za kama kawaida, lakini hatujaweza kuona ile umati ambao tungesema tumepita maeneo haya tukaona ya kwamba kuna umati ambao unafuatilia vile wabunge wanajadili mswada huu.
Naam, shukran sana Gatete. Bila shaka mtazamaji, hii ni kukuonyesha tu kwamba tuko ange zaidi na tumejaribu kabisa kukuletea taswira ilivyo katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi na viunga vyake, lakini kumbuka kwamba vile vile naibu rais anatarajiwa kufika hapa mwendo wa saa 11 kama alivyosema Gatete, na basi atakuwa anatarajiwa kujitetea kuhusu yale mawasilisho au hoja zilizowasilishwa dhidi yake. Kumbuka kwamba basi tunatarajia kwamba baadhi ya barabara hizi wakati huo basi zitafungwa. Hii tu ni kwa ajili ya kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli zitakuwa zinaendelea jinsi zilivyopangwa na maafisa wa usalama, wakuu wa usalama ambao tayari wako katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi na wanashika doria katika sehemu tofauti. Lakini kutoka hapa nje ya bunge la kitaifa narejesha kwako studioni Nimrod.
Naam, asante sana Melita Uletengesa akiwa pamoja na Gatete Njoroge. Tutajumuika pamoja na wanahabari wetu wengine baadaye, lakini tuangazie taarifa hii ambayo inafungamana na masuala ya kumwondoa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua mamlakani. Na ni kabla ya bunge kuanza rasmi kujadili mswada wa kubanduliwa kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, takwimu zimetolewa na bila shaka ripoti inaonyesha kuwa zaidi ya Wakenya 100,000 waliunga mkono hoja ya kutimuliwa kwa Gachagua, huku Wakenya 69,195 wakipinga hoja hiyo. Na kama anavyotuarifu mwanahabari wetu Ben Kirui, kasoro za chapisho zimeonekana kuwa kwenye ripoti hiyo licha ya viongozi wa wengi na wachache bungeni wakisema kuwa zoezi hilo liliendeshwa kwa mujibu wa sheria.
Katika kile kinachoonekana kuharakishwa kwa zoezi la kukusanya na kuweka pamoja takwimu za maoni ya Wakenya kuhusu hoja ya kutimuliwa kwa naibu rais Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, kasoro zimebainika kwenye chapisho la bunge muda mfupi kabla ya kujadiliwa kwa hoja hiyo. Order. Takwimu za eneo bunge la Keyo South zikionyesha kuwa 162.79% ya Wakenya waliunga mkono hoja hiyo, kasoro ya idadi ikionekana wazi, kwani Wakenya waliojitokeza kulingana na chapisho hilo ni 43, ila waliounga mkono hoja hiyo ni 70 na 3 kuupinga. Aidha, maeneo bunge mengi yameonyesha msimamo wa 100% kutimuliwa kwa Gachagua, maeneo bunge hayo yakiwa pamoja Nyaga ya Kati, Magarini, Mandera Kusini na Mogotio.
It is vitally important to remind Kenyans that through the public participation that we did on Friday and Saturday, it was overwhelming that Kenyans were in approval of the motion, and therefore we must respect their position.
I wish to indicate I wish to report that based on all that, over 200,000 responses were received, of which 65.1% supported the motion, while 33.81% opposed the motion, and 1.09% offered neutral or other alternative views.
Eneo bunge la Gatundu Kaskazini wanaunga mkono kwa 96%, Kasipul kwa 97.94%, eneo bunge la kinara wa wengi bungeni Kimani Ichung'wah la Kikuyu likiunga mkono kwa 92%, Kisumu ya Kati kwa 98% na Likoni kwa 99.27%. Kwa jumla, idadi ya Wakenya wanaounga mkono kutimuliwa kwa naibu rais ikiwa ni 111,299 kati ya 186,816 waliojitokeza.
We must also remind Kenyans that an agency by the name TIFA has come up with an opinion polling which again has indicated that Kenyans are in favor of the motion.
Aidha, baadhi ya maeneo bunge waliweka bayana msimamo wao wa kusimama na Gachagua. Eneo bunge analotoka Gachagua la Mathira likiongoza orodha kwa kutofautiana na hoja hiyo, Wakenya 5,463 ambayo ni sawia na 97.59% wakipinga. Eneo bunge la Mukurweini likipinga kwa 97.5%, Githunguri kwa 95.62%, nje ya Mrima Embakasi ya Kati inapinga kwa 72% na Embakasi Kaskazini kwa 96%. Jumla ya Wakenya 69,195 wameonyesha kusimama na Gachagua. Ben Kiroi, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua anatarajiwa kufika mbele ya bunge la kitaifa kujitetea dhidi ya mashtaka yaliyowasilishwa dhidi yake katika hoja ya kumwondoa mamlakani. Hata hivyo, naibu rais tayari alianza kujitetea dhidi ya mashtaka hayo mbele ya umma hapo jana jioni. Aidha, naibu rais alihutubia taifa na kukana madai kwamba amekiuka katiba, kufanya uhalifu na kumdharau mkubwa wake Rais William Ruto, huku akishambulia serikali. Brenda Mulinya anaripoti kuhusu mahojiano ambayo yalielekezwa kuwa ya kuchukiza na spika wa bunge la kitaifa.
Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua aligeukia vipaza sauti na kamera za wanahabari kwenye hotuba ya takriban saa 2 kujibu tuhuma dhidi yake ambazo zinatishia kumweka kwenye historia kama naibu rais wa kwanza kuondolewa ofisini. Kutumuliwa kwa Gachagua kumechochewa na madai kuwa amekiuka katiba, sheria na maadili, ambapo malalamishi 11 yametajwa dhidi yake. Gachagua akikanusha madai hayo moja baada ya nyingine.
It is therefore very important that the people who elected me as deputy president get my response of the very outrageous accusations against their deputy president that have no basis, that is sheer propaganda, that is a scheme to hold me out of office because of other political considerations and has nothing to do with violation of the Constitution.
Gachagua amekanusha kuhitilafiana na utoaji wa zabuni ya shilingi bilioni 3.7 za vyandarua vya umbu.
KEMSA in return wrote to Shobika and returned the billboard. End of story. Shobika did not win the tender. They were not awarded the contract to supply the nets. No nets were supplied by Shobika. No public funds were lost. And we are told by Deputy President asking why a bid board to a tenderer who has failed to win cannot be returned. He endangered the lives of the people of Kenya. That is how absurd the allegation is.
Naibu Rais pia alikanusha madai kwamba alisimamia ukarabati wa makazi yake rasmi kwa gharama ya juu ya shilingi milioni 400, akisema kuwa makazi hayo yalihitaji ukarabati kwa muda mrefu.
In the supplier of events to this residence and the Deputy President Rigathi Gachangua. There is no nexus. I don't know the person. I don't know the company. I'm not involved in the procurement. I don't even know how it is procured. All I do is I want events and they are arranged and I take part in those events. Those accusations of funds utilizing the Deputy President, in the office of the Deputy President, coming for my personal benefit are ridiculous, unfounded, and totally malicious, and there is no evidence whatsoever. And I want you people.
Gachagua pia alijitahidi sana kufafanua thamani ya mali aliyomiliki yeye na familia yake na chanzo cha mali hizo. Katika hoja yao ya kumshtaki, anashutumiwa kwa kujilimbikizia mali nyingi katika kipindi kifupi tangu awe naibu rais, hasa ikizingatiwa mshahara wake. Anadai kuwa mali nyingi alirithi kutoka kwa kaka yake aliyefariki na nyingine alipata kabla hajawa naibu rais.
He left my mother 5% of his wealth, another 20 million shillings. And since my mother is dead, my late brother, because he trusted me, had put in his will that I was in trust. So that is another 20 million shillings in my account. Again, my late brother left me another 4% to hold in trust of the children of another brother of ours who is deceased, the late Dr. Friend Wachira Gachagua, whose children are in South Africa. And another 16 million shillings was put in my account. My late brother gave 2% to my wife, Pastor Dorcas, because of her kindness of looking after him when he was ill. All this money that has come to me from a dead brother, I'm being told are proceeds of crime.
Naibu Rais pia alilalamika kuhusu hoja iliyowasilishwa dhidi yake kwa kuhusisha familia yake katika vita vya kumuondoa ofisini, akisema mke wake na wanawe ni wajasiriamali waaminifu ambao hawana biashara yoyote na serikali.
What crime can children of Kenya commit to borrow money from a bank and start an enterprise and employ people and spur tourism? How unfair can a country be to its young population to condemn them for being enterprising? I'm being told by the National Assembly that I need to be impeached from office because my children have dared to borrow money, buy property in their name and invest in their own country. And for that, their father should be sent home.
Mahojiano hayo yalikuwa yakipeperushwa moja kwa moja, hata hivyo yalishtumiwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa.
I believe that the Deputy President ought to have exercised restraint and refrained from holding the press interview. It is noteworthy that the Deputy President has been given an opportunity to appear before this House to make his response to the motion in accordance with the rules of natural justice. Be that as it may, I will not wear the hat of a judge on this matter, but permit me to put it on record that the conduct was, to say the least, abhorrent and decided conduct in the light of the proceedings scheduled to commence the House.
Gachagua anatarajiwa kufika mbele ya bunge la kitaifa jioni leo hii kujitetea rasmi na kupigania maisha yake ya kisiasa. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen.
Kaunti ya Nakuru ni moja ya kaunti ambazo zilishabikia sana muungano wa Kenya Kwanza wakati wa kampeni na hatimaye wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu ambapo Rais William Ruto na naibu wake waliibuka ushindi. Je, hali iko namna gani kuanzia sasa, shughuli ambapo za kumuondoa naibu rais zinaendelea? Tuungane naye Marian Nyambura anayeangazia moja kwa moja maoni ya wakazi wa kaunti hiyo huku kukiwa na mdahalo wa kumuondoa Gachagua ofisini. Marian.
Nimrod, hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru wakazi wamekuwa wakifuatilia kwa ukaribu mjadala ambao unaendelea wa kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na hii leo wako na maoni mseto kuhusiana na swala hili. Tuweza kuzungumza nao kuhusiana na kipindi hiki cha kwanza ambacho tayari tumeona kimefikia tamati na wabunge tayari wamechukua mapumziko mafupi, lakini nikianza nawe pengine uweze kutueleza kuhusiana na mjadala wa hapo asubuhi. Tangia asubuhi tumeweza kuona mjadala huu ukiwa umeshika kasi. Maoni yako ni gani? Najua ulikuwa unafuatilia kwa karibu. Maoni yako ni gani kuhusiana na hoja hii ya kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua?
My name is Saden Skawidi. Impeachment is there in law. Under Article 144, the members of parliament are at the liberty to impeach the presidency, including the president and the vice president or deputy president. I take it, and it's somebody who is a suspect should not condemned and heard. The suspect should be given the benefits of doubt. The interfactions ask for forgiveness, but within the court of law, that is mitigation. Mitigation is not bound by court decision, but the court may decide for a lesser sentence or whatever may be the case. At this time, under Article 10 of the Constitution, the owner's powers is based upon the presidency. Is the person to look for the peaceful coexistence of the nationhood. The nationhood should not be turned asunder. At this time, the nationhood seems to be divisive. In Kenya, we don't want disunity. We want unity. We want this country to live it better than we found it, not worse than we found it. Now things are not moving because of one individual. Why can't the president intervene and save the country for no apparent reason? Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Nipate maoni ya mkazi mwingine. Tuzungumzie kuhusiana na swala hili la leo, mjadala ambao umeendelea tangu asubuhi. Na hoja hii ambayo imewasilishwa na mbunge wa Kibwezi Magharibi Mwengi Mutuse. Unadhani hoja hizi ama masuala haya 11 ambayo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ameweza kuelezwa kuwa hizi 11 grounds, una maoni gani kuhusiana nayo?
Kwa majina naitwa Lawrence Obia, mwenyekiti wa kikao cha bunge la wananchi Upper House Telecom area. Wacha niwaambie wa Kenya, musikize kwa makini. This is a witch hunt, and don't put your quarrel, your problems, your squabbles to our deputy president, whom we trust and we believe on most. Let me tell you, my dear brothers, parliamentarians in parliament, mukule pesa na musicheze na maisha ya wananchi Mkenya. We love Rigathi Gachagua so much. Na sana sana jamii kutoka katika mkoa wa Kati. Also our leaders, MPs who are serving currently in parliament. Musi saliti mumoja wenyu. Na sana sana jamii ya Wakikuyu, musisaliti Rigathi Gachagua. Sisi tunafuatanga Raila Odinga na tumejai kumsaliti. Musisaliti Rigathi Gachagua. Thank you, God bless you.
Naam, kama ulivyosikia Nimrod, ni maoni ya baadhi ya wakazi. Tutapata maoni zaidi kutoka kwao kuhusiana na mjadala huu ambao unaendelea hii leo. Wengi wao wakiwa wanasubiri kuona jinsi ambavyo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ataweza kujitetea mbele ya wabunge hawa. Tutakuwa papa hapa na kujuza mtazamaji wetu mengi zaidi.
Amemaliza.
Machakos katika soko la Tala ambapo tumepata wananchi wakifuatilia mjadala ulikuwa unaendelea katika bunge la Kenya kuhusu kumtoa rais katika nafasi yake. Wacha tupate maoni ya wananchi, watueleze hasa niona nini wafikiria. Karibu, naanze na jina lako.
Mimi naitwa Amir Zuber, ni mwenyeji wa Tala. Maoni yangu ni machache. Ikiwa limethubutu kwamba huyu kiongozi wa nchi, mdogo wa kiongozi wa nchi kuu ya Kenya anafaa kubanduka. Hata hakuna mambo mengi, kwa sababu ikishathibitishwa kwamba yeye hafai, ana masuala ya utovu wa nidhamu katika ofisi ama katika utendakazi, basi anafaa kubanduka.
Anza na majina na utupe maoni yako haraka.
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Thomas Mutiso, mimi ni mkaaji wa soko ya Tala. Mimi kwa maoni yangu kile naweza kuongelelea ni ya kwamba nikiangalia hii motion Mwengi Mutuse ambao amepeleka ya mswada ya kumtoa naibu wa rais William Ruto, mimi naona tu ni njaa, kwa sababu kama kungekuwa na makosa basi pia Ruto yeye mwenyewe angepaswa kuwa na makosa. So kile mimi naweza sema kama mwananchi ama mimi mpiga kura naweza sema hivi: kufa makanga, kufa dereva, kufa mechanic. Juu hao watu watatu kuna kitu wameficha. Asante.
Kwa majina naitwa Reverend David Mutua Kanyia. Reverend David Mutua Kanyia. Maoni yangu kwa hii ni kwamba huu mjadala ambao ni wa kutoa mdogo wa rais ni mjadala wa muhimu sana katika kutuonyesha vile tunastahili kuwa tukiongoza. Katika wakati tumepewa watu wa kuongoza, lazima watu wakuwe pamoja, lazima watu watende kazi pamoja, na kitu inaitwa collective responsibility ya wakubwa. Wale watu lazima wafanye kazi pamoja. Wakianza kupigana na kuwa na mambo ya kupigana, hapo watakuwa na shida. Kwa hivyo lazima iwe somo, tuendelee kujua kwamba demokrasia imekuwa, na kila mtu akifanya kazi ajue lazima awajibike kwa mkubwa wake. Na tunasema hii mjadala ni ya muhimu sana, inatuonyesha mahali tunaenda, sio mahali rahisi, ni mahali ambao tutaenda demokrasia imekuwa. Asanteni sana.
Naam, hizo ni hisia kutoka kwa wananchi kutoka kaunti ya Machakos, eneo la Tala, ambao wengi wao wasema lazima naibu wa rais asikilize rais na afuate venye Wakenya wanataka. Kwa sasa wacha nimpishe mwenzangu kutoka Mombasa, Mtalaki, atuambie maono ya wananchi kutoka eneo la Mombasa. Kutoka kwangu, kutoka kaunti ya Machakos, mimi ni Enoch Musui.
Na asante sana Enoch Musui kutoka kaunti ya Machakos hapa kisiwani Mombasa. Tuko katika mojawapo ya kisiwa, mojawapo ya mkahawa ambapo baadhi ya wakazi wa eneo hili wamekuja kupata chakula cha mchana na pia wakiweza kufuatilia kwa karibu matukio ambayo yanaendelea katika bunge la kitaifa kuhusiana na hoja kumtibua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Na moja kwa moja ningependa kuwahusisha kwa mahojiano haya. Songa hapa karibu, tuambie jina lako na labda maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na hoja hii ambayo inaendelea bungeni kwa sasa.
Kwa majina naitwa Abdi Daib, mwisho wa Mombasa. Mimi maoni yangu ni kwamba ningemsihi na kumwomba Mheshimiwa Rais amsamehe huyu ndugu yetu Gachagua kwa sahihi, kwa sababu kuondolewa kwake haitakuwa na natija yoyote katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na kadhalika itazidisha tu joto la siasa na kuleta kutoelewanana zaidi. Kadhalika hali ya ukabila pia itaanza kuzidi, kwa sababu wale wataona kwa sababu wamekuwa targeted kikabila na kijamii.
Lakini ngome iko bunge tayari.
Najua iko kwa bunge. Ndugu yetu jana aliweza kujitetea waziwazi na akaeleza raia wa Kenya kinaga ubaga yale ambaye yamefanyika, na ameweza kuibomoa ile jengo ambayo lilikuwa limejengwa katika bunge. Hoja yote ambayo ilikuwa imejengwa katika bunge aliweza kuivunja moja moja na akaiweka chini. Na hiyo inamaanisha ni ya kwamba aidha wale ambayo walipeana hiyo habari, watu wa upelelezi na watu wa NSIS ambayo labda walileta hii ripoti, ni watu ambayo hawana tajriba ya kazi, kwa sababu huyu bwana amesema ya kwamba hiyo maneno yote yeye ameipata kutokana na mali ya ndugu yake.
Asante. Sasa tumpate mwingine hapa. Labda wewe maoni yako ni yapi? Umekuwa ukifuatilia kwa karibu kuanzia asubuhi kufikia sasa. Umeridhishwa?
Mimi kwa majina yangu naitwa Steven Kariuki, na mimi nikiongea kama Mkenya ambaye ana maono yake, jambo hili halijatufurahisha hata kidogo, sababu tukiangalia msingi ambao wabunge wamefuata kulipeleka pale bungeni na kulingana na mambo ambayo tumeyasikia na kusoma katika vyombo vya habari, mambo haya yote ni ya kusingiziwa kwa bwana Deputy President. Na ukiangalia kwa undani unapata, kwa mfano, nitoe tu mfano kidogo, na mimi nashukuru kwa nafasi hii kuweza kutoa maoni yangu, sababu labda itamfikia hata rais. Ule mama ambaye ni mwakilishi wa wengi kule Murang'a, juzi Deputy President ameomba msamaha, akasema kama kweli labda nilimkosea rais ama wale wabunge pasipo kujua, mimi naomba msamaha. Lakini ule mama aliamuka na kusema yeye hana nafasi ya msamaha. Akakumbusha kwamba kuna siku ameenda kupeleka dawari na mzee Gachangua Deputy President ndiye alikuwa anaenda kuongea. Sasa ikawa yeye amesema kule barabarani ule mzee aliongea maneno mabaya. Sasa ukiangalia maneno kama hayo, mlikosana na mtu mahali pengine ambapo alafu pengine ndio unaleta kule, inaonekana si vizuri. Si vizuri. Sisi tunamuomba tu rais aangalie, tusipite ile barabara ya kugawanya nchi.
Asante. Mwisho, labda tueleze wewe maoni yako, umefuatilia kwa karibu, umeridhishwa na jinsi bunge la kitaifa linavyoendesha shughuli hii nzima?
Mimi naitwa Muhammad Ibrahim Ali, mkaaji ya Mombasa. Mimi vile bunge wanaendelea naye sijaridhika naye. Huyu jamaa atakana tupatie muda wamalize pamoja. Sisi tumewachagua wote wawili. Wakitaka tuendeleze pamoja, waendelee, tumalizane naye. Kwa maana binadamu lazima anakosea. Huyu jamaa tupatie muda, ameomba msamaha, tumpe tusamee. Hakuna binadamu hawezi kosea. Kwa sasa hii tunaomba jamaa akae, wamalize pamoja, waondoke pamoja. Mambo 2027 tutarudia pamoja.
Asante sana. Ni baadhi ya wakazi wa eneo hili la kaunti ya Mombasa ambao wanaendelea kupata chakula cha mchana katika sehemu hii, wakitoa maoni yao, na kutoka kaunti Mombasa na kuregesha studioni kwa taarifa zaidi.
Francis Mtalaki huyo akiripoti kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa. Tuhuma ya kwanza iliyowasilishwa dhidi ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ni ukiukaji wa katiba. Mbunge wa Kibwezi West Mwenge Mutuse anadai kuwa Gachagua anatuhumiwa kwa kuwatenga baadhi ya Wakenya kwenye uteuzi serikalini na ugavi wa rasilimali za nchi kinyume na kiapo cha ofisi yake. Gachagua anatuhumiwa kwa kuwabagua Wakenya wanaishi kwenye maeneo ambayo hayakumpigia kura Rais William Ruto.
The House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B and C, Article 27(4), Article 73(1)(a), and Article 2B, Article 75(1)(c), Article 29(2) of the Constitution, and Article 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. That His Excellency the Deputy President has persistently made utterances threatening to discriminate, exclude, and unlawfully deny sections of the people of Kenya and regions of the Republic of Kenya equal opportunities for public service appointments and allocation of public resources. Ground number 2, gross violation of Articles 147(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of national government's executive mandate. That His Excellency the Deputy President has made unilateral statements inconsistent with policy positions collectively adopted by the government and contradicted the President on critical matters of governance and the exercise of the President's function as a symbol of national unity.
Naam, kwingineko ni kwamba mojawapo tuhuma dhidi ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ni kusababisha uhasama wa kikabila nchini kwa kuendeleza siasa zinazoonekana kutenga baadhi ya Wakenya ambao hawakumpigia kura Rais William Ruto. Matamshi ya Gachagua kuhusiana na hisa na makabila kwenye serikali yametajwa kama hujuma kwa uwiano na utangamano wa kitaifa na ni ukiukaji wa kipengele cha 13(1)(a) na 62 kuhusu sheria na uwiano na utangamano. Matamshi ya Gachagua yametajwa vile vile kama ya kuchochea mbili kuhusu sheria na uwiano na utangamano. Matamshi ya Gachagua yametajwa vile vile kama ya kuchochea uhasama wa kikabila ambao yanaweza kuhatarisha usalama wa taifa.
It is our allegation that on numerous occasions in the last 2 years, the Deputy President has used divisive language. He has described the Kenya government as a company. He has described the Kenya government as a shareholding company where it is only the shareholders of the company who should benefit. And it is our contestation that that particular shareholding language contradicts and contravenes and violates all the provisions of the Constitution that I have highlighted above. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does require, even at the preamble, recognizes that Kenya is a multi-ethnic society. We have about 44, I think 45 ethnic groups in this country, big and small. And all of them are recognized by our Constitution, and all of them need to enjoy their equal rights. And the Deputy President has consistently told Kenyans in several places of this country that some will benefit from government and others will not benefit from government. Mr. Speaker, I need not waste a lot of time prosecuting this point, because those of you who listened to the Deputy President yesterday, he did admit that he has been using the shareholder and company language against Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a national office. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is defined in the Constitution. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is known. The ethnic communities of the Republic of Kenya are all supposed to enjoy benefits from the government. And therefore, I am inviting members of this assembly to find that the Deputy President has breached all the articles of the Constitution as contained in this ground.
Mtazamaji, moja kwa moja sasa tuungane naye mwanahabari wetu Crispin Otieno, yuko katika kaunti ya Kisii ambapo amejumuika pamoja na wananchi ambao wamekuwa wakifuatilia matukio katika majengo ya bunge kuhusiana na hoja hii kujadiliwa na vile vile hatua zitakazochukuliwa baadaye mchana, wakati Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa ni mwenye kufika katika kikao hicho kuweza kuhojiwa na kutoa ushahidi wake kirasmi. Crispin Otieno.
Nipo katika mpaka wa kaunti ya Kisii na vile vile kaunti ya Migori, ambapo kuhusiana na mjadala unaoendelea bungeni. Niko hapa katika eneo la Nyanchenge, ambapo nataka kutangamana na wakazi tu kutoka eneo hili, watuambie tu kile ambacho wanazungumzia kuhusiana na mjadala la kumbandua naibu wa rais ama Rigathi Gachagua. Nataka kuzungumza na wakazi hapa waweze kutuelezea tu hisia zao ni zipi. Nitaanza na huyu bwana hapa, tuambie unaitwa nani, alafu maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na kile ambacho kinaendelea bungeni kwa sasa.
Yes, mimi kwa majina naitwa Samuel kutoka eneo la South Mugrango, Nyachenge. Mimi ni maoni yangu, ninaona ya kwamba Gachagua kama anaenda nyumbani, wacha waende na huyo mzee, kwa sababu mimi naona hii uchumi yetu ya Kenya imekuwa mbaya. Otherwise, kwanza wameharibu uchumi. Wacha waende wote nyumbani, tuchague wengine.
Asante sana. Wacha tuzungumze na huyu bwana hapa. Tuambie unaitwa nani? Jana ulisikia naibu wa rais alivyokuwa akizungumza, na vile vile kwa sasa mjadala wa kumbandua unaendelea kule bungeni. Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na vikao hivi?
Kwa majina, kwanza mimi ni Frederick Marube Nyakundi. Kwa maoni yangu nasema huyo Gachagua wacha aende nyumbani. Juu hakuna chenye anatusaidia, ameanza siasa mapema. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Kwa majina anaitwa Evans Obiero Ratemu kutoka hapa sehemu ya Nyachenge. Mimi kitu naweza sema Gachagua asikae impeached, kwa sababu huyu Gachagua hizi allegations zote wanamwekea eti mimi naona ni za uongo. Kitu wanamuuliza ni vile Gachagua hii time ya mswada wa pesa ilikuwa ipitishwe, yeye alikuwa anaambia watu, yeye alikuwa anasikiza kwa ground, lakini wengine wako wanasikiza kwa ground. So hiyo ndio kitu wanamuuliza kikubwa.
Asante sana. Na mzee mwingine hapa, hebu tuambie, umekuwa ukifuatilia vikao vya bungeni vile vikao vinavyoendelea kwa sasa?
Nimekuwa nikifuatilia hivi vikao vya bungeni, hata jana nilimuona Kasao kwa TV, na kwanza nilimuona, hata mimi niliona kama alifanya kazi nzuri, sababu alijaribu kuomba hata msamaha. Kwa hivyo na mtu akiomba msamaha ni ili asamehewe, sababu hata Mungu anasema hivyo. Kitu ya pili, unajua uchumi umeharibika sasa. Kama ni uchumi umeharibika, tungejua kama Kasawa angeenda uchumi inaweza kuwa ni vizuri aende, lakini kama uchumi haiwezi kuwa eti ametoka akae. Hiyo ni maoni yangu.
Tunao kina mama pia hapa, karibu. Tuambie unaitwa nani, alafu wewe kama mama unaweza changia, tunazungumzia swala la Rigathi kubanduliwa. Wewe maoni yako ni yapi?
Naitwa Josephine. Maoni yangu, ninaonelea vizuri kuteleza sio kuanguka, na mtu akiomba msamaha lazima asamehewe. Kwa hivyo Gachagua aendelee. Asante.
Pia tukimalizia, kuna mwingine hapa, tuambie unaitwa nani, maoni yako kuhusiana na mjadala unaoendelea bungeni kwa sasa.
Mimi ni James Manyara Joseph, ambao ile kitu ningesema kwamba deputy president angesamehewa kwa sababu ameomba msamaha. Kwa hivyo amejua mahali aliteleza, kuteleza sio kuanguka, awachiliwe aendelee kazi pamoja hadi watakapomaliza miaka 5. Asante.
Asante sana. Kabla tujamalize, tafadhali kwa sekunde chache.
Asante sana. Kwa majina ni Bernard Mumanyi kutoka Tabaka South Mugirango. Mimi nimeonelea hii maneno ya Gachagua wacha aende nyumbani, kwa sababu alisema Kenya ni kampuni. Kama kampuni imeanguka na yeye wacha aende nyumbani. Asante.
Shukrani sana. Ulivyosikia hapo ni hisia mseto tu kutoka kwa wakazi wa eneo hili la Nyachenge hapa Mugirango Kusini, wakizungumzia kuhusiana na mjadala huo ambao unatarajiwa kuendelea mwendo wa alasiri, na vile vile wanasema kwamba wangali ange zaidi na wanaendelea kufuatilia matukio jinsi yanavyojiri katika bunge la kitaifa kuhusiana na mswada huo wa kumbandua mamlakani naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Nitakuwa nikiachia hapo na rejesha tena kwenu studioni kutoka eneo hili la Mugirango Kusini. Mimi ni Crispin Otieno.
Crispin Otieno, asante sana. Kwingineko ni kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua alituhumiwa kutekeleza makosa ya uhalifu wa kiuchumi kupitia kampuni 22 ambazo mbunge wa Kibwezi West Mwengi Mutuse anasema alitumia kupata kandarasi za serikali na kununua mali. Mutuse anasema kuwa Gachagua alinunua kampuni za nduguye marehemu Nderitu Gachagua na anatuhumiwa urithi kama kisingizio. Hapo jana Gachagua alisema kuwa kampuni hizo ni za nduguye. Aidha anatuhumiwa kwa kukiuka maadili kwa kufanya biashara na serikali ili hali ni mtumishi wa umma. Mutuse anadai kuwa Gachagua amejilimbikizia shilingi bilioni 5.2 katika kipindi cha miaka 2 tu.
Mr. Speaker, one other reason why I have provided the 20-something companies and the properties is also to demonstrate character. Some of these companies have not transacted. It is my prosecution theory that these are special purpose vehicles for purposes of money laundering and for purposes of preparation for money laundering. And therefore, one would wonder why the Deputy President would have so many companies that are not active, except for the reason of waiting for a prime day for them to launder resources from government. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed many companies and suspicious transactions where companies were being paid as much as 100 million from the office of the Deputy President. They are paid in the morning, and at noon they are withdrawing the money in cash. You are aware that under our regulations, you cannot withdraw more than 1 million shillings from the bank. But I have listed in schedules where in a single day, as many as 10 transactions, cash transactions, were being done from monies that had been paid from the office of the Deputy President. These are serious reasons to believe that the monies were being withdrawn for suspicious reasons. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof, and this ground is proven beyond the required threshold, and it should be confirmed as a ground of impeachment.
Shahidi wa aliyekuwa kaimu mkurugenzi wa halmashauri ya kusambaza dawa na vifaa vya matibabu KEMSA, mbunge Mwengi Mutuse, anasema kuwa Gachagua alitumia vitisho na kuishurutisha KEMSA kumpa mwanawe kandarasi ya kusambaza vyandarua vya mbu. Mutuse anasema hatua hiyo ni kinyume na maadili ya afisa wa umma na mgongano wa maslahi ambayo yalisababisha Wakenya kupoteza pesa za umma na mgongano na shirika la Global Fund lililokuwa likitoa ufadhili wa kimatibabu hapa nchini.
The Deputy President has breached Article 151B and Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, in my bundle of evidence, I have the affidavit of Dr. Andrew Muller, which I would want displayed. Dr. Andrew Muller, Mr. Speaker, was the acting CEO of the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, through funding of the Global Fund, did advertise for a tender for purchase of mosquito nets to benefit Kenyans. The tender was worth about 3.7 billion. In this affidavit, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andrew Muller avers that when he came to KEMSA, that when he was appointed as an acting CEO of KEMSA, and he came to office, he found the tender ongoing, and one day, the Deputy President called him, threatened him, so that he could release a bid bond, and pressured me to surrender to his proxy the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex for the above tender. He told me that he would send a proxy to collect the original bid bond. He goes further to state that Dr. Ikuno Rigathi, who is a son to Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President, called me and sent me a WhatsApp message from his mobile phone number, which is provided, claiming to be acting for and on the instructions of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. He asked for Sobika Impex Private Limited's original bid bond for the above tender, which he said His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was trying to collect from KEMSA. His Excellency the Deputy President did inform the country falsely that no money was lost. Mr. Speaker, you would know that this tender was funded under the Global Fund. And the Global Fund, through letters that we have exhibited, did cancel this funding. And therefore the Kenyan people lost up to 5 billion Kenya shillings and as well a relationship with the Global Fund, which is a major partner in our health sector.
Kwenye shutuma nyingine, naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua anatuhumiwa kwa kumhujumu bosi wake Rais William Ruto kwa kutoa taarifa za kukanganya ama kupinga kauli za rais. Kwa mujibu wa mbunge wa Kibwezi West Mwengi Mutuse, Gachagua amekuwa akitoa taarifa zinazokinzana na rais kuhusiana na sera za serikali na uongozi wa taifa, kinyume na katiba na vilevile sheria za umoja wa kitaifa. Mojawapo ya matukio yaliyotajwa ni taarifa yake kuhusu utendakazi wa idara ya ujasusi wakati wa maandamano ya vijana wa Gen Z mwezi Juni.
The evidence of Mercy Wanjau in the form of an affidavit that cabinet makes decisions and the Deputy President defies. I have video clips in Nyanza where the President did direct. In fact, he said it is primitive for people to say that certain sections of the country cannot receive development by virtue of how they voted in the last elections. And then immediately thereafter, the Deputy President repeated his shareholder Kenya government company utterances, directly contradicting the President. In that arrangement, Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that that is insubordination, and the evidence that we have tendered in the interest of time on record is enough to prove that ground, and members should be able to approve that the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, has been undermining his boss, has been undermining cabinet, and therefore is guilty of the offense of gross misconduct in terms of insubordination. Mr. Speaker,
mbunge wa Kibwezi West Mwengi Mutuse pia anadai kuwa naibu rais Gachagua alihujumu uhuru wa mahakama kwa kumtishia jaji Esther Maina ambaye alitoa uamuzi kuwa shilingi milioni 200 zilizokuwa zimetwaliwa na serikali zilipatikana kwa njia ya ufisadi. Gachagua alitishia kumshinikiza jaji mkuu Martha Koome kumchukulia hatua jaji Maina na baadaye kumuondoa kuondoa tishio hilo. Gachagua alipoteza shilingi milioni 202 mwaka 2022 baada ya jaji Maina kuagiza akaunti zake 4 zizuiliwe.
Article 160 of the Constitution speaks to the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, in our bundle of documents, at page 145 to 163, we have attached the decision of Lady Justice Esther Maina, where the Lady Justice Esther Maina found that 200 million shillings assets of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua were proceeds of crime, and directed that the same be forfeited to the state. In intimidating the judge, the Deputy President, in a public statement, accused the judge of corruption and did state that he will file a petition for the removal of the judge solely because the judge found him culpable of crime, of economic crimes. Mr. Speaker, you see, in terms of rule of law, Parliament makes laws. The judiciary interprets those laws and makes decisions. Members of Parliament must ask themselves what kind of a country we shall have if a judge makes a decision that does not favor me, then I will resort to personal vendetta against that particular judge. Mr. Speaker, I will be playing shortly a clip where the Deputy President did threaten to occasion the removal of Justice Esther Maina on ground of our finding that he was culpable of money laundering.
Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua anadaiwa kuhujumu rais kwa kwenda kinyume na makubaliano ya baraza la mawaziri, ambapo anadaiwa kupinga mpango wa kuhakikisha kuwa maendeleo yaliyoafikiwa kwenye vikao vya baraza la mawaziri vinaafikia Wakenya wote. Mutuse anasema kuwa Gachagua alikiuka majukumu ya ofisi yake kwa kuhujumu kazi ya baraza la usalama na maafisa wake kiasi cha kumdhalilisha mkurugenzi wa idara ya ujasusi Nurdin Haji mbele ya umma. Aidha, ushahidi huo ulitolewa na katibu wa baraza la mawaziri Masi Wanjao.
Now, this is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. By virtue of being the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he is also a member of the National Security Council. The NIS is also in membership of the National Security Council. And therefore, the Constitution has provided fora where the Deputy President, in case he has any concerns, he can raise them within the official structures of government. Instead of doing that, he chose to be reckless, with complete disregard of the office, of the high calling of the office that he holds, the office of the Deputy President. It will be remembered that at this particular time, the country was at a security crisis, and inflammatory remarks would have led to the country disintegrating. Inflammatory remarks would have led to the social fabric of this country tearing apart. And therefore, by such doing, I am inviting the House to find that the Deputy President did mislead the public. The Deputy President did live below the expectations of the office that he holds, made unfounded, sensational statements, and therefore, that ground should be upheld for his impeachment.
Mbunge huyo wa Kibwezi West Mwengi Mutuse amesema kuwa naibu rais aliwadhalilisha wabunge kwenye kikao na wanahabari hapo jana. Amewataka wabunge kumtia adabu Gachagua, akisema kuwa aliwatusi, akisema kuwa hawakusoma hoja ya kumbandua ofisini kabla ya kumtaka aondoke.
Honorable members, this man called Rigathi Gachagua has already said that the members of parliament in Mount Kenya are either Tugunia, I don't know what that means, or are collaborators, and that he will take them home. He has already said that where I come from, we deserve no development in Ukambani. He has said that the people of Nyanza deserve no development. He has said that the people of Western deserve no development nor appointments from the government. He has said that the people of the coast deserve no development from the government. He has said that the people of Northeastern deserve no development from the government. Those are the people you represent. Those are the people you represent. As you rise up to vote, please have the best interest of your people at heart. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. When this motion is finally put to vote, please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua on all the grounds. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker,
wabunge bila shaka wamepata nafasi ya kudadisi hoja ya kumtimua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, huku wakionekana kugawanyika kuhusiana na hoja hiyo. Baadhi wamemkashifu Gachagua kufuatia matamshi yake hapo jana kwenye kikao na waandishi wa habari, wakisema kuwa aliwadhalilisha na kudunisha majukumu ya bunge.
Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has taken himself and wants to be a tribal king of the Murima, ready to break the country, sow seeds of disunity for his own political gain. And this chamber, today, by the end of the day, we must have no Deputy President who wants to balkanize this country. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a high office as established under Article 130. The authority of his office must be exercised within the provisions of Article 10(2), which anchors the principle of national unity.
It is easy, for example, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the confessions of the Deputy President regarding 600 million that his son under 30 years was able to acquire. And he says, without tabling any evidence, that it was acquired from a bank. But he admits, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, two things. One, that the property in issue was government property irregularly acquired without the usual procurement processes. He also admits, Mr. Speaker, that the son was able to be given, a moratorium of 1 year not to pay anything while enjoying the proceeds. And the DP thinks there's nothing wrong with that. It is for good reason that the anti-corruption laws in this country do not limit themselves to the individual. They go to the spouse and the children. It is for such reasons.
We are not a court of law trying a suspect. We are a House of Parliament which is required to just consider whether the grounds advanced are actually substantiated. Do we have reasons to believe that the grounds advanced are substantiated? Having listened to the mover, having looked at the documentation, and I confess we have burnt midnight oil looking at this particular motion and the supporting documentation, these grounds are substantiated.
Mara nyingi sana amezungumzia mambo ya kwamba nchi yetu ni kama kampuni na ni ya washikadau, na amesema ya kwamba washikadau hawa ni wale ambao tu wamepiga kura katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hivyo basi kukiuka maadili katika kifungu cha 10, kwa sababu tunajua Wakenya wote wanalipa ushuru na Wakenya wote wana haki sawia, wale waliopiga kura kwa serikali na wale ambao pia walikuwa katika upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu ni demokrasia. Unaweza kuwa upande wa serikali na unaweza kuwa upande wa upinzani. Vile vile pia tunaona katika kifungu 147 kinasema ya kwamba yeye atakuwa ni msaidizi mkuu wa rais katika serikali, na msaidizi mkuu pia atakuwa ni naibu katika zile kazi ambazo rais anazifanya. Lakini je, vitendo vyake vimeonyesha mambo hayo? Vitendo vimeonyesha ya kwamba yeye si msaidizi.
It disturbs me so greatly when the deputy president is at the forefront demeaning women in leadership, particularly those he perceives his enemies. He has no respect for women whatsoever. He has made a scathing public attacks on a woman high court judge. And in addition, he has been attacking women, and especially members of parliament, me and others included in this house. And therefore, he can never, and he has no respect for women, and he can never work with women. And for those few remarks, I support.
During the press conference in Mombasa on the 25th of June 2024, the Deputy President accused the Director General of NIS of providing faulty intelligence and firing some senior officers. As a state officer, and most importantly, as a member of the National Security Council, under Article 240, the members of the National Security Council, at Clause 2B, the Deputy President is a member. He then cannot discuss intelligence briefs that come to his knowledge during the proceedings of the National Security Council. Again, with that, he has gone against the Official Secrets Act and his oath of secrecy. And even if he had any reservations, he has opportunity as a member of the National Security Council to raise it at the Security Council proceedings, and even to raise it to the President in person, but not to come as if he's an ordinary citizen who is in the opposition and then speak about it in public. That is wrong. In fact, it is juvenile. It reveals him as a person who is unhinged and cannot control their tongue.
Mtazamaji, tunafikia mwisho wa taarifa zetu, lakini kama unavyoona kwenye runinga hapo, tunaona baadhi ya wabunge wakianza kurejea katika kikao ambacho kitakuwa mchana, kinatarajiwa kuanza mwendo wa saa 8:30, sekunde chache kutoka sasa. Kikao hiki ni cha kuendeleza hoja ya kumbandua nje ofisi naibu rais Rigathi Gachangua. Naibu rais mwenyewe akitarajiwa kufika katika kikao hichi mwendo wa saa 11 jioni, na atakuwa na saa 2 kuweza kutoa utetezi wake kabla ya wabunge kushiriki kura aidha ya kumuunga mkono au kumuondoa. Lakini bila shaka ni matukio ambayo tutakuwa tunaonyesha moja kwa moja kwenye runinga uipendayo Citizen. Kwa hivyo endelea kutazama. Kwa sasa tunakwenda mapumzikoni kifupi tu, lakini tutarejea na vikao vya bunge.
Try the new Dunked All-Star Box for only 890 Kenyan shillings. Hope you're ready for the new star of the show. KFC, it's finger-licking good while stocks last.
Wakenya kote nchini wanaendelea kujishindia mamilioni kila wiki.
Nimepata hiyo pesa sasa.
Bonyeza *487*3#. Weka 50 bob tu upate content na point 50 za kuingia kwenye draw ya 50,000 kila siku, milioni 1 kila wiki na grand prize ya milioni 3.
Ile kubwa sasa. Hata mimi natamani milioni 3.
Jibambe na content nyingi zaidi, uongeze chances zako za kushinda. Jipange na View sasa.
Hii mchezo ni ya ukweli.
zako sisi na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasawa umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Members, we have quorum. We'll proceed. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Okay. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with a person who believes that his job is to represent Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, on this side sits members of parliament elected by Mount Kenya people. On this side sits members of parliament from Nyeri, from Kirinyaga, from Muranga, from everywhere. Those counties also have governors. Nobody appointed Rigiji to be the benefactor. No one appointed Rigiji to be the custodian of Mount Kenya. No one. Because our constitution provides for leaders from that place to represent them. Mr. Speaker, by his actions that are against Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Rigiji has alienated Mount Kenya from the rest of the country. He is fought so hard to be the Mount Kenya kingpin, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that this House must impeach him so that he can go and be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, not the deputy president of this country. That's what we need to do this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard him mention the name of a leader. Mr. Speaker, coalition agreements are done.
Give him 1 minute.
Coalition agreements are done between parties and among parties, Mr. Speaker. And if, for example, MDG Wairan has shares in a government, the shares are for the whole country, not for a tribe or for an individual, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, I must say that we will impeach him. But all of us here today must also soul search that as you impeach Gachangua, have you lived a better life yourself as a Kenyan? Have you lived a better life as a leader? What have you done in your closet that reflects what Gachangua has done? We'll impeach him, but we must also change our ways as a country, from the president down to all of us who lead this country, Speaker. I support and believe that he must be impeached.
Commissioner Patrick Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to give thumbs up for one Honorable Ecomas Mwengi Mutuse Massive. Mr. Speaker, I give him thumbs up for executing this motion and showing Kenyans that leadership is not about where you come from, who you are, but how you perform your duties. Mr. Speaker, this morning I've heard many speakers talk to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the speakers who have said that yesterday and the week before, Mr. Speaker, I've been watching the Deputy President of this country doing rallies in town, going to churches. And Mr. Speaker, what we saw on Sunday was different from what we saw yesterday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to advise us, even as politicians, sometimes we should listen to our advisors, and we listen to the right advisors. Mr. Speaker, if I were to advise the Deputy President, yesterday's interview was his undoing, and he proved to Kenya that yes, all these accusations that are being leveled to him are really true. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House, one, despite Article 10, the Deputy President, who is supposed to hold the values of this nation, by uniting Kenyans, by fighting against corruption, by fighting against tribalism, he is the one who has championed tribalism through and through. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, as a member of Parliament Mavoko, I have spoken the word Kenya many times, more than the Deputy President of this country. All what I've been hearing is Murima, 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 Murima. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell Kenyans, I know Parliament has been prosecuted, and many words, we've been called names that we are an unperforming house. But today I stand here as a legislator Mavoko. Mr. Speaker, why am I charging the Deputy President to be a tribalist? Mr. Speaker, at one time, I listened to the Deputy President on national television saying that he reversed a cabinet decision to reverse the demolitions in Mathare. Why did he do that? He said his people were in Mathare and that he could not sit and see his people's houses demolished. Mr. Speaker, it reminded me when the people of Mavoko houses were being demolished. Personally, I went to him, and Mr. Speaker, I thought he could help me. But the words he used to me are unprintable, and I cannot speak them in this house. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell you, those people that he was addressing, 30% of the houses that were demolished belong to those people of Murima. They belong to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that is cosmopolitan. Today, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, we have lost lives. We have had people whose properties had to be auctioned because they had gone for loans for those houses to build. Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, I humbled myself and requested and asked the Deputy President to intervene so that those houses, Mr. Speaker, a parcel of 4,000 acres, 325 acres, I requested him to have the 300 acres where the houses were seated, to have those people even pay to Portland. But the names he called me, Mr. Speaker, I cannot call the mayor. When I hear someone saying there are things which are not personal, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them, those people elected me to represent them, and their pains are my pains, Mr. Speaker. Today, as I sit here, Mr. Speaker, the same Deputy President came to Machakos, and he said the Kamba votes are very little, they cannot bring in a president. He went ahead and said the Kamba votes, Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni combined are less than 1 million. I want to remind the Deputy President that the Kamba vote is more than 3 million. I want to remind him that Kamba nation produced Gay who took care of Kenyatta in prison. That same Kamba nation produced Munyao Kisoi, who flew the flag of Kenya during Independence Day. That same flag produced Muindi Mbingu, the former freedom fighter, who is my grandfather, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind him that same Kamba nation who said their votes were useless. They are the ones who are running every night now, calling for them to come and save you in this budget motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that every tribe in this country is important and he should live to respect them. I support this motion for every reason and every accusation that he has been accused of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sane.
Mr. Speaker, before I want to bring out 3 assertions which are highly distorted, emanating from His Excellency the Deputy President Gachangua. One, that he is a co-president. In every general election, 6 ballot papers are being issued to voters. And of the 6, 1 is for the presidency, and all Kenyans have voted His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. I did not, and no Kenyan voted Gachangua for any position other than being escorting the deputy president to State House. Nobody, the president to State House. He was not elected. So the claim that he had acquired 7.2 million voters is unfounded, unfactual, and is just mere hallucinations, Mr. Speaker. So he's not a co-president, he is just merely an assistant to the president. A second thing, Mr. Speaker, he always talks of being trained in paramilitary exercises or acquired paramilitary training. He is supposed to be a symbol of harmony, a symbol of unity, not to intimidate, not to tell the citizenry that indeed he is military trained. That in itself bespeaks volumes on who his character is, Mr. Speaker. One other thing, yesterday he has made disparaging remarks on the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. The fact that his impeachment is coming in front of this House today and thereafter proceed to the Senate, it wasn't befitting for him to speak disparaging, derogatory remarks on our Speaker and the Speaker of the Senate. On to the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. Article 150, I think the threshold has fully been met in impeaching the Deputy President Gachangua. His loyalty to the President is questionable. His visits, whenever the President goes out of the country, the Deputy President is never seen to see him off. Whenever the President comes into the country, the second principle is always not available to receive the President. He gives press releases that contradicts the President, talks too much, giving epithets that make our President, demean our President, projecting our President a liar on several occasions. Yesterday, all Kenyans have heard that it is His Excellency the President Ruto who taught me how to respond to civil servants, how to address intelligence officers like Nurdin Haji, like the CID officer Amin. That in itself depicts lack of respect for the presidency. Mr. Speaker, it is clear in our Constitution that he is the second in command, as espoused in Article 147.3, as read with 134. This he has failed. He has also shown massive erosion of the position of the executive, not being the assistant and showing the unity so expected of him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President severally pronounced himself on matters discriminating Kenyans, that he has gotten his share of cabinet secretaries in his region. Cabinet secretaries belong to all Kenyans, and I think that doesn't befit. He has addressed public servants in public, and in all aspects he has violated Article 232, which is the same principles that is expected for the executive. Finally, Mr. Speaker, he also talked ill of public participation. The courts have declared themselves that public participation was well done, and yesterday it was clear that he was contemptuous that the public participation done by the National Assembly did not meet the required threshold, and that, I believe, is also being so contemptuous of this House. With those few remarks, I support the impeachment. Thank you.
Rafael Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is my second motion since I became Member of Parliament, the second one to discuss impeachment of our Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disturbed the way our Deputy President has been behaving, because the Deputy President is principal assistant of the President. But always when the President goes out of the country, the guy recedes back to Murima, and then he starts asking Mr. President so many questions instead of running the country when the President is away. He's never available in Nairobi, except he's only available in his village, trying to ask Mr. President questions, and that, Mr. Speaker, has really annoyed some of us. Mr. Speaker, when there were floods, this Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, was assigned by the President that he is supposed to take care of the disaster that was there at that time. The man never moved from his home yard to other areas. He was never in Nyando, he was never in Budalangi, he was nowhere, and all the food he directed to his backyard. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very brief. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President.
Order, Wanjala, there's a point of order. Yes, Muya.
Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to say the Deputy President has never moved out of his backyard, while it is on record and on public domain that he has been in Kisumu, in Busia, in Mombasa, in all parts of the country?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President will only be seen in those places when he is accompanying the President. But he has never come on his own to see the destruction of floods. Mr. Speaker, these people of EACC did service to this country. Because for you to be elected, you must go through EACC. Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President was a DO. And Mr. Speaker, he was a DO, and as a DO, he was sacked on 30th July 1997 as a DO. And the reason why he was sacked, and I will table this later, that the EACC did not do its work and it cleared him to be a member of Parliament and to be a Deputy President, yet he was not supposed to be because of his misconduct. Mr. Speaker, this letter is read as Mr. Geoffrey regarding Gachangua, District Officer 1, Laikipia, through Provincial Commissioner, summarily dismissal. Reference is made to our letter dated 19th May 1989 on your appointment to the position of District Officer. I and your response statements to show cause for gross misconduct, desertion of duty, and reported mismanagement of relief food for Laikipia District. These are thieves. In this regard, we wish to notify you that your employment contract has been terminated forthwith. Consequently, you are required to report to the Rift Valley Provincial Commissioner for handover and clearance. This was signed by Queen Rua. Mr. Speaker, this was a wrong man to be in this office in the first place. This one, for Kenya to grow, Gachangua must go. To stop tribalism, Gachangua must go. For Kenya to unite, Gachangua must go. I tabled the letter and I support the motion.
Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Raphael Wanjala has produced a photocopy of a document that we cannot get its authenticity. Honorable Speaker, the document that Honorable Raphael Wanjala is referring to is not.
Order, Honorable Kagusha. Order. Take your seat, Honorable Kagusha. Honorable Kagusha, first, from where you are sitting, you have not seen the document. Secondly, the Speaker is fully conversant with the rules of admissibility. And I'll look at the document and I'll direct you on how to use it. I thought I had given you an opportunity to contribute. You are going at a tangent that is totally unnecessary. If you want to contribute, that is what I had given you. If you are not ready to contribute, I give somebody else.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stand, and I stand guided. Honorable Speaker, I want to stand to oppose the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, the reason why the new constitution brought about the issue of having a deputy president position, which is not an appointed position anymore, but a position that the president and the deputy would be conjoined together at the point of election, so that the two of them can be able to work together. And that is what the country desired. That is what our people of this Republic of Kenya voted for in 2010 in the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that when we have been able to get the two of them, we should be able as a country, as much as practically possible, ensure that whatever misunderstanding and whatever differences that may appear or may exist between the two of them,
yes, Kagombe.
We get...
Kagusha, hold. Honorable Gigi Kagombe, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to disparage the Constitution and mutilate it in the manner he is doing by disputing the provisions of Article 150 of this Parliament to remove a sitting Deputy President? It is constitutional, it is written, it was passed by us in 2010, and that work is given and granted by the Constitution to this Parliament. Therefore, the fact that the President and the Deputy President were elected together doesn't stop the provisions of Article 150. So therefore, it should withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, you know there's a reason why Honorable Kagombe is called Kagombe and not Kigombe. It's because a small cow jumps before he jumps, you know, a small cow. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you know.
Take your seat. Order. Order, honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Kagusha, take your seat. Order. Honorable Kagusha, you are here the whole morning, and I did direct to the House. Order. Order. Order, Nabuin. Take your seat. Honorable members, we have done very well since morning. This may be an emotive motion, but as leaders, leave your emotions at that door when you come to this House. And I want to encourage you, honorable members, Honorable Kagusha, treat your colleagues the same way you would want them to treat you. Don't make any disparaging remarks. don't purport to misinterpret the meaning of the name of a colleague, because that's not your duty. We just withdraw and apologize to Kagombe and proceed with your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to withdraw the naming of Honorable Kagombe and apologize, Honorable Speaker.
Now.
Honorable Speaker, I also hope that you have noted the Honorable Amombi has hit me with a bottle of water. Honorable Speaker, and that is unparliamentary. Is that unparliamentary that another honorable member should rule?
Order. Honorable Amombi, did you throw a bottle? Take your seat.
That is very unparliamentary.
Take your seat. Amombi.
Mr. Speaker, it's very bad that Honorable Kagusha can lie to this House. He is lying. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kagusha is lying. Let him continue with the speech, but he should not lie in this House.
Order, honorable members, to the extent that the Speaker didn't see and Honorable Kagusha is not claiming any injury, let's leave it there.
Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion we have a respectable gentleman by the name Henry Kissinger, and Henry Kissinger did state that the quest for peace and order has two elements that are sometimes treated as contradictory. He said that the pursuit of elements of security and the requirements of acts of reconciliation, if you do not and if you cannot achieve both of them, we will not be able to reach either of them. The road to diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, Henry Kissinger did say that may appear complicated and frustrating, but progress to it requires both vision and the courage to undertake that journey. Honorable Speaker, I'm of the opinion that when we have our two senior most gentlemen in this republic having such kind of a disagreement or an issue that is a misunderstanding, we should seek the way of reconciliation. The way I see us doing now, we are just following on the issue of security. We are looking at the issues of removal, yet we are not pursuing a very important goal in this, and that is reconciliation. And for that matter, Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion that we should seek a way that we can be able to bring the two gentlemen together. Honorable Speaker, you know that in the past we have brought an elder by the name His Excellency Obasanjo. We have brought Senator Kuhn from US. We have even had a gentleman by the name Museveni, His Excellency Museveni, who have in the past mediated when our two senior most leaders in this country have disagreed. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to remind you that we have even had Kofi Annan in Kenya. I'm of the opinion that we should have gotten away.
Hold Kagusha. Yes, Shimba.
I want to inform Honorable Kagusha that by any dictionary that is known in this world,
Honorable Speaker, I did not ask for information from Honorable Omar.
Just relax.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, I do not desire to have any information from Honorable
Your information, take your seat. Finish up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to complete my statement.
Yeah, finish up. Give him a minute. Finish up. Time is up. Give him a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would just like to complete my statement by saying that I wish that as a country we are able to come up with a mechanism in which we can be able to bring our senior leaders when they have a disagreement in such a way that they can be able to reconcile and agree. Because, Honorable Speaker, even when we open the Pandora's box of impeachment, Honorable Speaker, we are going to be opening something that we may not be able to contain. We are now likely to have many impeachments coming to this House because we have started something that, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we are not able to contain in coming days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He's off the floor, Jeanette, so you cannot raise.
The Speaker, I wanted to clarify that the matter before the House is not a disagreement of anyone. It is a motion that has been tabled by Honorable Mutuse that has 8 counts, 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing a motion that contains 11 grounds. We are not discussing any disagreements of anyone with his wife, with his boss, with his children, with his mother, with his uncle, with his cousin, with his farmer, with his cook. We are not discussing those things, bro.
Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuchangia mada ya leo ya kuweza kung'oa mamlakani naibu wa rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amekuwa akizunguka Kenya nzima. Na akizungumza, mimi kwanza nilikuwa nauliza Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amesahau dawa zake kumeza ama kuna shida Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais alikuwa akizunguka kila mahali, anazungumzia mambo ya ukabila, anazungumza mambo ya shares. Mimi najiuliza, Mombasa County Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ndio tulikusanya ushuru zaidi tukawa nambari 1 Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini naibu wa rais akizungumza, anazungumza mambo ya shares, mambo ya mlima, mambo ya nini. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiona naibu wa rais anaweza kumkosoa rais mbele ya wananchi Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni
Honorable Wamchomba. Hold Mama Zamzam, hold her time. Yes, Honorable Wamchomba. Order, honorable members, order, Honorable Wamchomba.
Bwana Spika, nasimama kuuliza kama
Order, hold on. Which standing order has been breached? Side the standing order.
Point of information, clarification.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Has been breached.
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
I refuse to be muted when I have something that I need the honorable member to clarify.
The honorable
member must clarify.
Honorable Wamchomba, if you want to, you know the rules. Order. Honorable Wamchomba, you know the rules. If you want to inform a member on the floor, the member must accept your information. She has said she doesn't want. Under what standing order?
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has talked about that Mr. Deputy President alisahau kunywa dawa. Tungetaka kujua ni dawa gani ambazo mheshimiwa anaongea juu yake. Na kama hizo dawa, na kama
Mama Zamzam, endelea.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua ndio makosa ya kupatia mabubu kuzungumza Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nimesema huenda ikawa, sijasema amesahau, nimesema huenda ikawa, nilifikiria, nilikisia. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kiongozi kama yule ambaye siku zote anajua makabila yote Kenya tunakaa kwa amani, tumeoana, tunaelewana, Mheshimiwa Spika, anataka kuturegesha kwa makabila kama vile tulivyokuwa na mambo ya Kaya Bombo, kama tulivyokuwa na zile baada ya kura za 2007 2008. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu walipoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya ukabila. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nakaa nikishangaa, Deputy President alikuja Mombasa, amesimama juu ya gari anatafuna ndizi na mahindi choma. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza alitupa takataka pale, alikuwa juu kama kuna watoto wetu ndio ufagia. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, pale juu ya gari Deputy President anazungumza akisema kuwa yule gavana atoe pesa za floods, wakati anajua 14 billion kutoka World Bank ambayo ni ya disaster management. Mheshimiwa Spika, zilikuwa kwa ofisi yake na aliziramba Mheshimiwa Spika. Alikuwa anajua 6 billion tuliweka hapa katika bajeti Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuzileta Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika. Yule ni kiongozi wa kugonganisha watu Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio maana najiuliza, kwa miaka miwili kampuni 22 Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi moja sina. Miaka miwili kampuni 22 na zote zina 5.7 billion ya mtoto, ya mke, ya nani, kisha bado unaenda kuchukua mali ya ndugu yako, unaacha mayatima, unaacha mjane, unamtesa. Kisha utatuambia nini katika taifa la Kenya Mheshimiwa Spika? Mimi leo nasema ngatuliwe, nasema kwa kutesa mjane Gachangua must go. Kwa kukula pesa za mahindi Gachangua must go. Kwa kutesa ukabila na Kenya Gachangua must go. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose the motion by the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West. Mr. Speaker, I, representing the people of Kajiado North, Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the motion and the issues that Wakili Mwengi Mutuse has raised. And Mr. Speaker, I pick on a number of issues that I would want to draw the attention of this House to. Number one, Mwengi Mutuse says that all we need to do is to just believe the things he has tabled here are true. We cannot believe what he says is true. We have to cross-examine. We have to look at them properly. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the evidence that he has provided on some of the issues. And Mr. Speaker, having 21 companies, according to Mwengi Mutuse, is an intention for the Deputy President to launder money, and therefore he should be impeached. Mr. Speaker, he did not say money has been laundered, but it is an intention. And he says it is enough for this House to just believe and therefore impeach. Mr. Speaker, I say no to that impeachment. Number two, Mwengi Mutuse, former Chief of Staff in Machakos County Government and the current Member of Parliament, is giving hearsay that he has heard. Mr. Speaker, he has said in his submission that they were officers who were coerced to write to change in the Ministry of Lands without tabling any evidence from the document that he has provided. Mr. Speaker, this House cannot go with hearsay. It is not possible for you to make a decision out of hearsay. Mr. Speaker, in his accusations, he says that the Deputy President is a Mount Kenya person, makes issues based on Mount Kenya. I am the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North. He has visited my constituency for a development tour. The executive, through the State Department for Education, Mr. Speaker, constructed classes, courtesy of his visit in Enoma Tasiani Girls Secondary School, a school that rescues girls, specifically from asylum. Mr. Speaker, the only girls' school that we have in my constituency, the Great Kajiado North. Mr. Speaker, Mwengi Mutuse did not mention such issues, but he says, according to him, the Deputy President coerced, did 1, 2, 3, and Mr. Speaker, he wants to say that we just need to believe. Mr. Speaker, impeaching the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya needs more evidence than what he has provided. I find this to be very shallow, and Mr. Speaker, maybe in the words of the Chief Justice, this is hot air, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have found very respectful submission from lawyers in this House,
yes, Mama Zamzam,
a majority of them.
Mheshimiwa, point of order number 87, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mimi nataka nimjuze mbunge mwenzangu kuwa huyu alikuwa...
Naomba nisijuzwe.
Hapana,
naomba nisijuzwe.
She is on a point of order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka atoe statement of fact. Mheshimiwa Speaker, huyu mbunge aliyoko hapa, hata kama alikuwa akifanya kazi county hapa, amekuja ni mbunge na ametoa motion hapa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, na mimi nataka nimwelezee mbunge kuwa Wasema kule wanaosema kufa abiria, kufa kondakta, kufa dereva. Huyu kondakta ameweza kupickpocket maabiria wote, hawana chochote Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo aende tu nyumbani Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I choose to stick to content.
Your time is up.
choose to stick to matter.
Go on.
I choose to ignore the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to submit to this House that, Mr. Speaker, when a whole deputy speaker of this assembly goes to a public function in Nandi and says that I will oversee the impeachment of the deputy president, and comes to this House and is expected to vote, do you expect fairness?
Your time is up. Give him 1 minute. The deputy speaker spoke to that.
Thank you.
She has a vote unlike the speaker.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I just want to say
and
that
she will
I
not
find
preside on these proceedings.
Okay, because I respect you, Mr. Speaker, I will not engage on that matter. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that Ngogoyo Onesmus Nguro, Member of Parliament for Kajiado North, says no to the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Member for Taveta. Member for Taveta. The mic is there.
Can I have this one?
Is
this
it
one
working?
is short.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a start, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by my learned colleague, Honorable Mutuse. Most of the things, Mr. Speaker, have been said, but allow me to say a few things. Number one, allow me to borrow on the then Council of White House during the Clinton administration. He said, impeachment is not a remedy for private wrongs. It's a method for removing someone whose continued presence in office would cause danger to the nation. Mr. Speaker, my position is the continued stay in office of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachangua is a threat to the nation of Kenya. I continue by saying this, Mr. Speaker. Between 1963, when we got independence, we had a vice president in the name of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He never said, do not touch Luo Nyanza. During the President Moi's regime, we had George Saitoti. We had Musalia Mudavadi. He never said, do not touch Luya Nation. During the time of Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, he never said, do not touch Ukambani. But we have a deputy president, Mr. Speaker, who is obsessed with a certain region in this country. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, much has been said by my learned colleagues in this House. But I want to borrow something, Mr. Speaker. Article 145 of the Constitution provides for reasons for impeachment of a deputy president and the president. The case of this during Sonko's impeachment, the Supreme Court laid certain guidelines and said that the question as to whether or not there is a violation of a constitution should be guided by certain principles. Number one, whether there is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. My submissions is that the utterances of the deputy president in relation to his cases in court is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. Another ground that has been given in determination as to whether or not there is a violation of the constitution is whether there is an abuse of the code of conduct. Mr. Speaker, my argument is the constant pronunciation by the deputy president that divides the country in terms of regions and tribe is an abuse of code of conduct
stand is a ground for impeachment. Another criteria given is the disregard and breach of fundamental rights of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. In Taveta, where I come from, there are two minority tribes. There is the Taveta tribe and there is the Pare tribe, with the minority tribes in Kenya. Article 56 of the Constitution says that the state should do everything within its means to ensure that marginalized tribes in Kenya are protected. Mr. Speaker, the pronouncement of the Deputy President about a certain region without considering the Tavetas of Taveta, or the Pares of Taveta, is a violation of fundamental rights and freedom as guaranteed by Article 56 and is a ground for impeachment. Very lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Even in Taveta there are Kikuyus. So if we constantly obsessed of Mount Kenya, who will speak for the Kikuyus who live in Tavetas? And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because of the obsession of Mount Kenya, because of obsession of a certain region, Rigathi Gachangua must go.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with, there was a spat between the Pope and Napoleon in 1800. And this is what Napoleon asked the Pope. Pope, how many divisions do you have? Then the Pope replied, I have the Catholic Church. Honorable Speaker, yesterday during the interview, the Deputy President came up strongly to almost insinuate that this Parliament is a bunch of clowns. But this Parliament is guarded by so many things. But the very important instrument this Parliament wields is this thing called the Constitution. It is the supreme law of the land. Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why the Deputy President must be impeached is the issue of national unity. He came on public stage to talk about one issue that eventually will discriminate the minorities. One man, one vote, one shilling. That is important in the way he says. But in a sense, the regions that are behind, that are discriminated, that are marginalized, will continue to be behind. Honorable Speaker, Article 56, A1, it talks about minority groups, why they must be in government, why they must be represented. Honorable Speaker, this country must move forward, and it must move as one nation, one people. We are of different nationalities. It is the Deputy President who stood in a public place to say that the problem of this country is the Somalis. The Somalis are part and parcel of this nation. They have done great contribution to this country, and they cannot be excluded for anything. Honorable Speaker, the second issue why the Deputy President must and he has to leave that office is on the matters of national security. He is privy to National Security Council meetings. He attends. Sometimes he could chair. For him to come out and divulge those information to public of need-to-know basis, then it means he has crossed the red line. Honorable Speaker, the third issue is Article 147. The Deputy President is the principal assistant to the President. And sometimes when the President is away, he's delegated to be the President. This happened in the 11th Parliament when Uhuru Kenyatta was attending ICC. And he wrote down that Ruto President Ruto will act on his behalf. It can happen even this time. If we have a president who is already determined to discriminate some parts of the country, then how do we trust him with power? Honorable Speaker, lastly, he is not assisting or supporting the president. Finance Bill 2024-25 was thrown out by Parliament, was thrown out by the people. Not that people didn't want it, not Parliament didn't want it, because he never supported it. He kept on campaigning against the finance bill. For those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I think the Deputy President must be impeached. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I want to weigh on this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to reinvent the wheel again. We have had Deputy President, before that we have had Vice Presidents. One, Andrei Gromyko of Russia, was one time asked why he has remained as the Deputy President for so long. And somebody else said, to be a Deputy President, you have to have the capacity to sit on a block of ice with your pants down and make a green. A Deputy President is no more than a personal assistant to the President. And that's how it's provided for in all constitutions, all over. I haven't seen one in which certain executive authority is given to the Deputy President. In the US, if you remember very well, when John F. Kennedy was the President, there was a brother of John F. Kennedy who was Attorney General, who was called Bobby Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy literally did not think Lyndon B. Johnson was anything. But Lyndon B. Johnson kept tight, watched his cool, and later on he became the President of the US. In our own country, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from our friends? In our own country here, I know many of you are not my age, you are younger than me, but a good number of you are also either my age or slightly older. When Moi was the Vice President, which is the number 2, he was so humiliated, so much so that an SSP called Mungai slapped him in the State House in Nakuru when he was going to go and see his boss, who was the President. He did not complain publicly, he did not complain privately, he just went about his business. If you remember very well, when Kibaki was the Deputy Vice President of this country, which is number 2, he was dropped from being the number 2 and appointed a Minister for Health in the Moi government. He went to the President, thanked him for giving him the opportunity to be his vice for 11 years. Mr. Speaker, can you protect the House? It's too much sound.
Let's go on.
He thanked him for giving him an opportunity to serve as his assistant or as the Vice President for 11 years and took up his job as the Minister for Health with a gusto and did a fantastic job as one of the best health ministers we have had in this country. Mr. Speaker, many people have been Deputy Presidents or Vice Presidents or number 2 in the executive here. I am glad I have been vindicated because about a year ago, I had said that Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country. And I'm sure now I'm being vindicated.
Order. Order, members. Order, member. Is that Masara? Yes. Maintain your silence. Carry on.
I said exactly 1 year ago, Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country, whether a Vice President or a Deputy President. I'm glad I'm vindicated today. I remember when we had almost a collapse of the state and the nation in 2008, and we had the national accord on the floor of this House, and you were also a member of Parliament. Raila Odinga was made the Prime Minister of this country. There was Raila Odinga, and there was also Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the Vice President. Technically, in law, Raila was supposed to share 50-50 power with President Kibaki, but he was happy to say that he will support the President. And he supported the President until the term was over. I mean, that is what it's supposed to be. Here is somebody who literally, when this country is on the brink of certain serious problems, goes to Mombasa, and many of us believe that he was part of the so-called whatever, the riots that were there and the goons that attacked Parliament. And then he creates a parallel press conference in Mombasa in which he castigates the policies of his own boss, including castigating people whose authority is driven by the appointment by the president and passed by this parliament, passed by this house. Mr. Speaker, this man is bad for this country. There is need. This man is a heartbeat away from the president. God forbid, if anything were to happen to our president, he is the president. He is a danger. There will be no Kenya.
1 minute.
If Gachangua has anything to do with, as far as I'm concerned, he did not even give me the benefit of saying that let's be careful with the Somalis, we don't like Somalis. He called us warrior. You know what I mean? He didn't give me even the respect or the courtesy. I could not say Mau Mau. I would say Kikuyus if I want to talk about Kikuyus, or look for any derogatory name. I will not look for that. He didn't give us even that respect of saying the Somalis of Kenya. He said warrior. They do not have any role. They are not shareholders in this government. And you know what? I come from a region, Wajir County alone is bigger than Central Province, Mountain Region, Western Province, and Nyanza put together. In Nyanza, and you have not gone to Garissa, you have not gone to Mandera, you have not gone to Marsabit where we share with our Cushitic brothers, you have not gone to Cielo. He's talking about half the country, and he thinks we are from Somalia.
Time is up. Your time is up. Yes, Dr. Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my brother, for allowing me to pass on this information. Apart from what you have said, Mheshimiwa, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is on record for insulting women as Malayas. And I want to go on record. He said that the one and only beautiful Honorable Jematia is a Malaya. And somebody can negate that, and I have to say it. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, your time is up. Give him 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
This country belongs to us all. This country belongs to all of us. If you try to marginalize me, and tomorrow I take up arms and decide to fight that, do you think there will be Kenya? Do you think 100,000 Somalis taking arms, there will be Kenya? Or 50,000 Turkanas? Or Sabaots? Or Pokots? This man is playing with this country. We shall not have stability, Mr. Speaker. We must have a country in which we all feel that we are loved and we are equals. Equals. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion of impeaching Gachangua. Let's do it the fastest possible, and we should never have somebody like him in future in any position of leadership. Mr. Speaker, we are all equals in this country. There's nobody who's more equal. We fought for independence. All of us fought for independence, although some will want to try and hide the...
Your time is up. Member for Turkana at the back. That is who? Emadhe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to just give some comments on the same. Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President was being sworn in at Kasarani, I only knew him as a personal assistant to the former President Uhuru. And after he spoke and he sat down, I was seated close to Honorable Kiborek. I told Honorable Kiborek that this is not going to be a good person. From the analogy that formerly he was a PA to the former president, and the manner in which he spoke to me was in the contrary. I just said that when he was being sworn in, I didn't know him. The only thing I knew about him was he was a PA. Now, the chicken have come home to roast. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support his impeachment the same manner in which over 92% of my constituents in Turkana Central have agreed that we do the impeachment. Honorable Speaker, the impeachment is in two parts. There is the anti-corruption part of it, and there is the ethical or the ethics part of it. I want to speak on the ethics. And Honorable Speaker, here is a man who is full of himself. He is a very proud person, and Honorable Speaker, he doesn't even know what to say. He just speaks in the manner that does not depict him as the Deputy President of this country. Honorable Speaker, the Bible in the book of James brings out the bad part of the tongue. It says the tongue is this part of the body that is a world of evil. It is a fire. Honorable Speaker, the tongue corrupts the whole body. That is what the Bible says in the book of James. Honorable Speaker, in this juncture, I want to say that as a UDA member in the Kenya Kwanza government, I want to say that it says we are not in agreement to work together with the Deputy President. I am not in agreement as a member who was ascribed to the party that I may not be able to work with the Deputy President because we have to agree. And what we are processing today here, Honorable Speaker, is a divorce. We are processing a divorce because under Article 56, this is a man who will not be able to speak for the minorities. He is a man who will not speak for the marginalized. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, we are processing a divorce because this is akin to King Nebuchadnezzar, a man who was like everything in the Chaldean, in the city of Babylon. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya wants to unite. Kenya wants to kill the animal called tribalism. This is not the Deputy President that Kenya will require to kill the devil of tribalism. This is not the man who is ready to unite us. This is not the man who does not even know there are Elmolos in this country. He does not know that we have the Dasanach or the Merile in this country. Maybe at some point, because he has never been to Turkana, he does not even know the Turkanas exist in this country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is not the man who can unite Kenya in the office of presidency. And therefore, I support his impeachment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Edith Nyenze. Edith Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to say what the great people of Getui West have sent me to come and say. I know that the Bible has been quoted from the two divines in several ways, but I'm also going to quote the Bible, and I'm going to quote from John, from chapter 8, from 7 to 11. And actually, these were teachers and of law and Pharisees who brought a woman to Jesus, and they said that they found the woman in the act. And then they said, according to the law of Moses, such a woman was found in adultery, and she was supposed to be stoned to death. But what Jesus told them, he told them that if they do not have sin amongst themselves, they should be the first ones to cast the stones. But what these people did, they just looked and ran away. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this scripture actually highlights the importance of forgiveness
and mercy, and challenges the self-righteousness and hypocrisy. Actually, what I want to say is that there is also reconciliation. Reconciliation should be given room. Dialogue should be given room. If there was dialogue with a former Prime Minister, there was handshake with a former Prime Minister, why not give dialogue to even the Deputy President? So give dialogue, give reconciliation for the peace of this country. What the people of Gachangua has told me is that they have more pressing issues. They have more pressing issues than this impeachment. And therefore they told me to say no to this impeachment, that they should be sorting their problems first before we even come to this impeachment. We have only 3 years to go before the end of the term. So why breach the peace? So whoever is righteous, let them be the first ones to cast the stone. Thank you.
Honorable Kororia. Honorable Kororia. I will give you. Kororia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I stand to support this special motion. The motion that regarding Gachangua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, should go home. Honorable Speaker, I can remind this House that during the swearing-in ceremony at Kasarani, the Deputy President humiliated Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta so badly before the nation and the visiting dignitaries in the Republic of Kenya. That was not enough, Honorable Speaker. After 3 months, he started attacking young people in Mount Kenya region, calling them Mungiki, to an extent of attacking Maina Jenga and calling him the leader of Mungiki, Honorable Speaker. Later, Honorable Speaker, he was not comfortable and satisfied with that. He went ahead to refer to the members of parliament from Mount Kenya region as Gakonia and Kunda Gotome and Komereras, Honorable Speaker. That is not acceptable, Honorable Speaker, because we all come from the same region and we are elected by the people. He went ahead, Honorable Speaker, to attack Raila Odinga and the Azimio fraternity, and saying that he has put mitego so that they will not enter State House. And he was supposed to put mitegos so that they don't enter Karen residence because he's not a president. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we do not have 2 centers of power in the Republic of Kenya. We only have 1 president, and the sentiments of Rigathi Gachagua that they were elected together with President William Ruto is a lie. The person who was elected is the president. Gachagua was just a running mate, and there were no votes for a running mate, Honorable Speaker. Finally, yesterday during a press briefing, Rigathi Gachagua referred to this Honorable House as a theater of the absurd. And he's coming to this same house today. I don't know whether you are going to compel him to substantiate if he's coming to a theater or Parliament of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying Gachagua must go.
Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this special motion of impeachment against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the wheels of fortune have enabled someone to rise to high eminence, such as the office of Deputy President, so much is expected of them. Unfortunately, from my own personal interaction with the Deputy President, and shortly I will give some examples, I feel he has fallen short of the expectations of that high office. I first came across Mr. Rigathi Gachagua in the late 80s when we were at the university. And as a matter of fact, he was ahead of us, and I think he was heading one of the district student organizations. He had cleared university, but he had not exited. In other words, he had become a pirate. That was the terminology we used then. He was residing in some place called State House residence. And what I used to hear about him was not very impressive. But nonetheless, on October 7th, 2023, which was exactly 1 year ago, in some place called Murngia, Alego, at the homestead of the late General Francis Omondi Ogola, together with Mheshimiwa Elisha here, Mheshimiwa Nyamita, Honorable Gachangua, I've seen him somewhere, and His Excellency the President, we did meet with the Deputy President. And it was about 6:45. He received us warmly, but we were guests of General Ogola. And as you'd expect, a man of his status, you expected some decorum, temperance, prudence, good behavior. But unfortunately, some of these attributes were not present in his conduct. The Deputy President on that occasion did stand up and tell the President to our face that he had come down to get him from the Nyanza tour that we were undertaking, and that he had no business staying for too long in Nyanza. I looked at him and I wondered what was the problem with his compos mentis. In other words, was he of sound mind? And then I asked myself, we were the guests of the late General, why would he want us to exit the homestead of General Ogola? And it bothered me very much, because clearly that was what you and I, as lawyers, we call animus nocendi, intention to harm. Why would he insist that the President has no business being in Nyanza? He said it to our face 3 times, interrupting General Ogola when we were being briefed about the attack that had just been conducted by Hamas on Israel. That was my first time to interact with him very closely. The second time was on April 30th, 2024. 28th April 2024, this year, when we had floods in Suba and several people died. I did communicate with him by way of text. I sent him pictures, including that of a gentleman who had lost 3 children. And I asked him to avail to me the state resources that I could use to alleviate the pain and loss of my people. He did not respond. He did not call back. He did not show any interest. On 30th April 2024, I did contact Honorable Kagushia, who was sitting next to him at a rally in Nyeri. And I saw Honorable Kagushia whispering to him my message. And they texted me back that the Deputy President would come back to me. He never did. On 6th of May 2024, I again reached out to him in his capacity as the coordinator. Support this motion, and I want to say this. What I found with Honorable Gachangua is lack of education. Obama says education is not a name of any degree or certificate that can be shown to others as proof. Education is the name of our attitude, actions, language, and behavior with others in real life. On behalf of people of Suba South, I am supporting this motion, and I want to inform the House, our role today as a grand jury is not to establish beyond reasonable doubt any of these charges. Our role is very simple. Our role is to say we have found triable issues, frame the charges, leave that trial to the Senate. And once we do that, we shall have discharged our duty. Mr. Speaker, I fully support.
Thank you. Your time is up. Kanjori.
Thank you, Honorable Unity. And Honorable Speaker, let me also add my voice to this very important motion. And let me start by saying I support the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, it should be understood that this is a motion that this House is making an attempt to save this country from a bad, divisive leader. Honorable Speaker, and allow me to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Mutuse, for the courage that he has shown, and the 291 members who have signed this motion. Honorable Speaker, I say the courage because, Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, Kenyans have been watching helplessly, including the President of this country. They've been watching helplessly the Deputy President moving around this country, dividing this country into shares and dividing this country in tribal lines. Honorable Speaker, let me say my reasons for supporting this motion. First reason, Honorable Speaker, in 2022, the country suffered a very bad drought, and the government responded by giving relief to the pastoral communities whose families, most families were left without. Speaker, the Deputy President took most of that relief food to areas that were not affected by drought. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans should understand that this is not a motion or an impeachment against a tribe. It is a motion to impeach an individual who has shown, to use the majority leader's word, a black man with a black hat. This is a man who has shown that he does not care about the country, but his interest is in a small region. But it is actually interest that is driven by self-interest. It is not that he loves that region. We have seen that what he has amassed wealth for himself and not for the region. So, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Wamshomba. I thought you normally sit this side.
Thank you. Yes. The temperatures there are too high. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I rise to defend the Deputy President Rigathi Gachangua against right of reply, a process that has gone on, presented some fact checks to the villages and disseminated information to the members of public without giving him the opportunity to defend himself.
Hold your horses, Wamchomba. I was consulting with KJ. I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat? Can you repeat what you said?
I can't hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Repeat what you said. I didn't hear. I was consulting with Honorable Member for Dagoretti.
I have said I rise to defend the Deputy President, the Honorable Rigathi Gachangua, against a process that I feel, personally, as my opinion, it is mob justice against the Deputy President because he has not been given the right of reply before we went for public participation. That is what I've said.
Honorable Wamchomba.
According to the standing order here.
Honorable Wamchomba, that is neither factual nor legal, because the Deputy President is appearing before this House at 5. So be factual.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Please allow me to execute my point, then you can guide. Procedurally, Mr. Speaker, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies had allegations that were read out to members of public as facts. So to me, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies were fact sheets that were communicating facts. But from where I come from, Mr. Speaker, what was cited in those papers was not factual and needed to be interrogated. And I'm glad that the Deputy President is appearing in an hour's time here to come and clear the air. Mr. Speaker, before I defend and I give my submission, I request you to allow me to refer to the standing order number 91 on responsibility for statement of facts. A member shall be responsible for accuracy and facts for whatever allegations that comes and disseminates from this House. Mr. Speaker, this morning we were watching video clips on our television in this house. Those video clips that were played in this house were reported speeches that were reported from various media houses in this country. Mr. Speaker, according to the Kenyan Constitution and the Data Protection Act, it is our duty to clarify information before we disseminate and use it for a quasi-judicial process like we are handling today. Mr. Speaker, I would want your guidance whether those media clips that were used this morning in the floor of this House by the mover of this motion, whether those media clips were qualified to be used in this process of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, my other issue is, I will be glad that the mover of this motion clarifies that the allegation around the corruption issues on procurement matters have been taken through the right areas of Auditor General so that we can have fact to discuss this afternoon. Otherwise, according to me, the allegations that have been tabled by the mover of these motions are mere mudslinging, they are hearsay, they are gossips, and they must stop. And Mr. Deputy President must continue working for this country with all the energy, with all the labor, and with all the love that he has had. And those that feel that Mr. Deputy President has been biased into Mount Kenya politics, please forgive us, but we must tell you, everybody has their home. The Deputy President comes from Mount Kenya, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem. Even Jesus had to start his good work from Jerusalem. We are the Jerusalem. We shall continue allowing the Deputy President to do the work he's been doing in Mount Kenya, even as he tries and attempts to work in other parts of this country. I have personally escorted the Deputy President in other areas outside Mount Kenya. I know Mr. Deputy President has tried. It is barely 2 years before Mr. Deputy President continues with this work. Please allow him space to work. 2 years are not sufficient. Even for the members in this House know very well, they have also not been able to do what they promised their voters during campaigns. We are elected members here, and we know we made pledges, and 2 years are not sufficient for anybody to use that as a basis to judge anybody on the performance. I support that the Deputy President be given the opportunity to serve this country, and those that are attacking the Deputy President for working on behalf of the Mount Kenya region, they must also accept that everybody has a village where they come from, everybody has a home where they come from, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem, just like Jesus Christ did. Asanteni sana, and I refuse. The Deputy President is going nowhere. He's going to stay here to serve us. To serve us as we gave him votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, an English saying goes that a sheep lives its entire life afraid of the wolf, only to be slaughtered and eaten by the shepherd. To the people of Mount Kenya, you know we are farmers. You know we have tea, we have coffee, we have milk, and that is the food crops that we rely on. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be elected as a director of KTDA, where we hold small-scale tea farmers and where we do business for the farmers. Mr. Speaker, we have had a problem, a huge problem, of monies being diverted to the said hotel in Kilifi. Last year, the money that was supposed to be going to distribute fertilizer, 53 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, was diverted to go to personal use at a hotel. Mr. Speaker, as we speak here, as we stand here, the people of Mount Kenya have been burning their tea bushes and factories because we have a glut in Mombasa that has been occasioned by the influence of the Deputy Speaker who was given, by the Deputy President who was charged with the responsibility of making sure that those people who voted the government in benefit and reap from their hard work and their sweat. Mr. Speaker, they will not see the hard-earned money
that was supposed to go to their pockets because the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, after being charged with the responsibility of making sure that we have guaranteed minimum returns for those farmers, he continued to go and give guaranteed minimum returns to himself and to his family, to his children, to his spouse, and to his colleagues that we have seen they share companies with. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here, we have lost our milk industry. We have lost our coffee industry. You have seen that we have cooperatives where farmers are now stuck with their coffee. Because, again, the person who was charged with the responsibility of making sure that the sheep is safe is the one who went, took a knife, and ate the same sheep. Mr. Speaker, I know there might be some tension and people from the mountain feeling like everybody has been talking about the mountain, but even the mountain people are suffering, even us, because there is someone who just hides under the pretext that he's an honest man, he's he's a truthful man, but he's a truthful liar, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to say this: the seat of the presidency is a symbol of unity in this country. And when the deputy president stands and accuses the NIS, like he did in Mombasa, we live in a community, and even the people who are in the intelligence sector live in a community. There is a community, a world community of intelligence. When you disparage such an office, such a high office that is supposed to make sure that you protect and give us protection in this country, Mr. Speaker, that to me is gross misconduct and it is impeachable. Mr. Speaker, when you go to State House and you say that you have put traps for some people not to access State House, yet they are members of this republic, yet they are people that we respect like Raila Odinga, Honorable Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, we say that we cannot continue like that because we had lived a very good life before this campaign started from 2022 when people say that we are going to vote not anymore along the tribal lines. But we have seen that we have someone who has been given position of power and he has decided to use it for his own personal aggrandizement. Mr. Speaker, the people who are watching the interview yesterday, they sat and asked, how is it that the people who are of age and people who have been doing business have not been able to access 600 million shillings in a bank? How many business people here have accessed 600 million shillings and what is their collateral? Mr. Speaker, you have had the deputy president lying in front of the television, saying that he has gotten this wealth from his brother, yet we know his brother has his heirs who are his sons and his widow, and those people are crying in Nyeri. The same way, people who are my members of parliament, my constituents like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, is crying. His goats were eaten the other day in Roiro. And he's the one who sanctioned the eating of his goats. In fact, he then comes and lies to us that he has apologized to the president, to the former president, who is not in the country.
Your time is up. Ken Chonga. Ken Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii nichangie mswada huu ambao uko mbele ya bunge. Mstahiki Spika, mimi sijaokoka na nimesikia wenzangu kila wakichangia hapa wanataja sehemu fulani fulani za Biblia ambazo kwamba zinaambatana na matamshi ambayo wanataka huko yazungumza, lakini kwa kwamba kweli kuna mbinguni na kuna hera, nafikiria Rigathi Gachangua atakuwa kuni za kuchoma ambao watachomwa. Na kisa na sababu mstahiki Spika ni uongo ambao kwamba Deputy President ameujaza katika matamshi yake. Jana jioni nilichukua muda wangu mstahiki Spika kumsikiza hoja ile ambayo kwamba alikuwa anaizungumzia. Ninashukuru kunipa nafasi hii kwa sababu mmoja kati ambaye aliguswa pale ni mimi. Mimi nikiwa mbunge wa Kilifi South ama Kilifi Kusini, ile hoteli ya Gachangua pale mahali imejengwa iko eneo bunge langu mimi. Na yale aliyozungumza bwana deputy governor jana ulikuwa ni uongo mtupu. Deputy President, kitu cha kwanza, mstahiki Spika, wakati King Charles III alipokuja ndio aende atembelee kule chini Kuruwitu, alikuwa amekuja kwa mwaliko wa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO, na wakati alipofika kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO, mkutano ule haukuchukua zaidi ya dakika 30, akaenda Vipingo Ridge, ile barabara ambayo kwamba aliomba kwamba itengenezwe kwa sababu angetaka kuhifadhi Vipingo Kuruwitu Conservancy. Ile barabara haipitiki, lakini Deputy President akaona amepata nafasi nzuri sana ile barabara, baada ya kwamba iende kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy, akachukua ile barabara akaijenga, akiipeleka kwake hotelini, imeshia pale kwa hoteli yake. Na ninaongea kwa sababu mimi pia nimejenga hapo hapo. Bwana Deputy President alisema kwamba watu waliomba hiyo barabara ijengwe, kulikuwa na public participation. Ni kweli kabisa, tuliomba ya kwamba barabara ile ijengwe, lakini kwamba ni uhusiano wake yeye na wenyeji wa Kuruwitu, kwamba ni uhusiano ambao ni mzuri, wanaelewana, na kwamba hata mbunge eneo hilo anajua. Mimi nasema ashindwe katika jina la Yesu. Siyajui hayo, sikuhusishwa kuhusu barabara ambayo alimepeleka kwa hoteli yake. Tatu, Bwana Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, Deputy President alisema ya kwamba barabara ile inafaidi watu wengi sana ambao kwamba wanaishi maeneo yale. Akataja kwamba kuna Vipingo, Shariani Secondary School. Mimi ninajua mahali Shariani Secondary School ipo, wala haifaidiki na ile barabara. Akataja kuhusu Shariani Primary School. Shariani Primary School ukitaka kuaccess unaipata kwa hiyo main highway ya kutoka njia panda ya kutoka Mtwapa kuelekea Kilifi na kuelekea Malindi. Kusema ukweli kabisa, yale yaliyokuwa nazungumza kuhusu uwekezo ule ni wa uongo. Tatu, ile nyumba ambayo kwamba ilikuwa ni ya ndugu yake, sisi tulijua toka ilipokuwa zamani, na ukweli kama utafatwa itabainika wazi ya kwamba Bwana Deputy President aidha awe alinunua kutoka kwa ndugu yake ama awe amemwibia ndugu yake. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha, ni jambo la kuhuzunisha. Akisema ya kwamba mali ile yote ambayo iliachwa, yeye ameachiwa percentage fulani kubwa kushinda wale watoto. Kama ukweli si uongo, basi si anasherehekea kifo cha ndugu yake. Ni nani mwenye akili zake timamu ataacha urithi au peane kwa ndugu yake, asahau watoto wake, asahau bibi zake, asahau binamu zake, hali yeye anasema kwamba yeye ni mtu uko na mali? Mimi sijawahi kumuunga mkono kwa lolote, na ninajua nyumba hii iko na hisia tofauti kulingana na masuala ya Deputy President. Wakati nilipeleka public participation Kilifi South, 95%
Give him 1 minute.
Na asante sana mstahiki Spika, na asije akasema ya kwamba yeye alichaguliwa na watu sijui milioni 7. Na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba sisi ambao tuko hapa kama wabunge, sisi ndio tuna represent wale watu ambao walitualika pale. Kwa hivyo asiseme kwamba sisi hatuna uwezo wa kutoa amri au mamlaka ya kwamba yeye agatuliwe mamlakani. Langu ninasihi, wakati umefika. Unajua Mungu akitaka kukumaliza hukuweka kichaa. Mimi sijasema kwamba Deputy President akona kichaa. Ninasema tu ya kwamba matamshi yake kama hata chunga yataelekeza kwamba tumshuku katika akili zake. Asante Mstahiki Spika.
Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to make it clear that I support this special motion by Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Speaker, there are 11 counts as contained in this special motion. What these 11 counts
in total summarize and talk about is gross misconduct and issues of integrity. The holder of the office of the Deputy President is not a small man. He is just a heartbeat away from the presidency. Looking at the behaviors, actions, utterances of Deputy President Rigathi Gachangua shows you that he does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, time and again, His Excellency Rigathi Gachangua has been talking about Murima. But one thing I want people to know is that the same Murima has people who have been elected by the same representative and who are in this house representing the people of Mount Kenya. Rigathi Gachangua is not the sole representative of Mount Kenya. They have MPs, they have women reps, they have senators, they have governors. He is supposed to represent each and every part of this country called Kenya. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that bit. Sometimes in July, in a well-attended press conference in Mombasa, intelligence services, and especially in the person of Director General. Now look at this case. The Deputy President is a member of NSAC, the National Security Advisory Council. He sits in that council. If there are issues that he has with individuals running those institutions, the best place will have been that council. Now, you've been the Deputy President of the country. Instead of addressing matters in a perfect and constitutional manner, you address the press and taint the images of such officers, critical officers of security. That itself is quite unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the press conference last night. One thing that perturbed me was the issue of His Excellency saying, I have gotten all these wealth from my brother. Now I'm asking myself, he doesn't have wealth of his own that he can tell the people? How come he is the one who gets more of the shares than the widows and the orphans? It's also unfortunate that the same Rigathi Gachangua was at one point a district officer in 1997. He was sacked for stealing relief food. What is relief food supposed to go to? To the vulnerable people, vulnerable community of that area. He stole the relief food. We cannot continue to entrust one Rigathi Gachangua with the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We call upon this House to make history for the first time under the new Constitution to say that Rigathi Gachangua does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The President and the Deputy President are supposed to work in harmony. They are not working in harmony. The President sometimes goes out of the country.
Sorry. Ruth Odinga. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise today not just as a member of this esteemed House, but as a daughter a sister, and a proud descendant of those who fought tirelessly for the freedom we hold dear. I urge us to reflect on the values upon which our great nation was built as we consider the impeachment of the Deputy President. I want to take you back to the times before independence. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is one of the people who fought for independence. And the colonialists actually offered him to be to become the president of Kenya. He declined and left that for Jomo Kenyatta to become the president. And in 1964, Jaramogi became the first vice president of the Republic of Kenya. Exactly 2 years down the line, like the 2 years we now have with the deputy president, Jaramogi decided that due to the ideologies that he was holding, which differed from the president, he decided to step down and leave the position of vice president, not for his own good, but for the greater good of the Republic of Kenya. He actually stepped down. I would like, in my own statement, to ask the deputy president that Kenya is larger than you. Kenya is a big country that we need to protect. If I were you, Mr. Deputy President, please take the honorable route that some of your predecessors had taken, like Jaramogi, and step down from this position of presidency. Don't take Kenya through the valley of the abyss the dark abyss you want Kenya to go through. Secondly, I would like to say something. I was not one of the people who was actually possible. One of the reasons why I say that is that we are not here for our personal grandiose and our personal wealth. Kenya, if the deputy president is mourning because his father is going to turn in his grave because of the wealth that is being accused of, I wonder what the people like Bildad Kagia, those who fought for us to get through this, to get to where we are, through multi-party. Oginga Odinga and all went through house arrest, detention, to make sure that we get the multi-party that we are enjoying in this country, the democracy that we are enjoying. How are they feeling in their grave when now the deputy president is talking about making Kenya a company? What company are you talking about, and shareholders? When Kenya is a country that we have a sovereign country in Kenya. Mr. Deputy President, I was a bit on your side, but you have hanged yourself with your own rope. Whoever informed you to go to the TV yesterday did you a very big disservice. And for that, I support the motion.
Mbura Aburi.
Asanti Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Yangu ni kidogo sana. Nikuseme ya kwamba tunataka naibu wa rais yule ambaye si mkabila. Kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana kusinda mtu. Tukiongea mambo ya mlima, kule kwangu Tigania East, tuko katikati ya mlima. Lakini ukiangalia katika hii kitabu ambaye, ukiangalia haya mashtaka yaliyo katika kitabu hii, ukiangalia ile mashtaka katika kitabu hii, ile zile kampani zote ziko hapa ni za Gachangua, bibi yake na watoto wake. Hakuna Mutigania, hakuna Mwegembe, hakuna Muimenti, hakuna Mluya. That means yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anatetea tumbo yake. Ndipo mimi niko hapa kusema eti ya kwamba sisi hatupembelezani. Sisi tunasema kwamba lazima aende nyumbani kwa sababu amekataa kuangalia mambo ya wananchi wa Kenya, na Kenya ni kubwa. Ingine ni hii. Mimi nimekaa kule East African Community kipindi ya miaka 5. Nilikuwa na Jematia ambaye ni dada yangu. Katika kipindi ya miaka 5 sijawahi kusikia Jematia akiwa no malaya, lakini naibu wa rais alisimama akasema kwamba Jematia ni malaya. Ya kwamba mimi nikiwa Mporo Mtabori na support naibu wa rais aende nyumbani. Asante sana. Thank you.
Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support with a lot of strength this motion, because many times I thought I was a tenant in Kenya. And I know I was born and raised in this nation. When a leader of a national figure discriminates openly, I left myself wondering if we can keep allowing to be divided every day, and yet as leaders we must be a factor that unites all Kenyans. I want to ask the Deputy President, what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Maina in Marachi West, in Butlak sub-county? And what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Talam in Buhayo West, in Matayos, Busia County? We should be free from Mombasa to Turkana, any person of any race, any tribe, to stand and be elected without being pointed at as this one belonging to a particular region and that one not belonging to our region, because Kenya is our country and we are here in this country to build it. If we don't join, because if you go as an individual you are a drop in the ocean, but together as Kenyans we are an ocean. So I want to ask again, what other thing a principal assistant is supposed to do? According to me, unless you have a shrunken hippocampus in your brain, then you go displaying what your master, being the real assistant of even covering up. One day he says, I was sent all these things I was saying, I was sent all these things are saying. It's like he is wearing an oversized coat, oversized trouser, a tumbo cut vest, and oversized shoe. He does not understand his role as a principal assistant. We must unravel from the seams of our fabric in this country, because sometimes you can be wearing a dress or a trouser, but something keeps biting you. Unless you unravel or open up the seam to know what is biting you, you will continue losing blood and become anemic. So a people of any nation are stronger than the people in power. All leaders in this nation must be responsible of the utterances they puke every day, because what will our future leaders be saying? I am, or who is our role model? Who is their role model? All of us must be responsible not to give hate speech anywhere we go. And I don't think there is a tribe in Kenya that is superior than others. Whether you come from Eastern in Garissa or you come from Siamahanga village where I live, you are equal. Article 27, Section 4 is clear about this, that we should not discriminate. When I hear a widow in Mount Kenya being tortured, being snatched property by the deputy president, whether she is Kikuyu and she's a widow, she is representing all the widows in Kenya. So Gachangua return the matrimonial property, the bank accounts, everything that you took from that widow in Nyeri, because I was raised by a widow and I know what happens when such things happen. A widow should be given their rights, whether you have all the muscle in the nation. And thirdly, a leader who does not respect women, that one is not a leader. Calling women prostitutes. So when a woman is being a prostitute, who is the other prostitute? Then he must be the one. Because if you call me a prostitute, was I doing myself? There must be somebody in a trouser too. And we do not want to be discriminated. We have been dating, married, we marry Kikuyu, Luya, Teso, Kamba. That should continue happening than us growing up or children fearing to marry from Mount Kenya or fearing to marry from Nyanza. That is wrong. So Deputy President must go home. We really want him to just take a rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Muya, what's your point of order?
Speaker, I'm standing on standing order number 91 on matters of facts and substantiating what the member is speaking of. The issue of Malaya have been adversely mentioned in this house. Have you as the speaker received anything to substantiate? Honorable Speaker, it is on record that the deputy speaker, the deputy president has been crossing the whole country campaigning for the same women, especially in Mount Kenya where he was assigned. So it is unfair that members can continue repeating. You cannot substantiate, and there is no evidence. We should
You've
have
made your
evidence.
point. Honorable members, order. Take your seat. Honorable members, I want, with your concurrence, to reduce the time of the speakers to 2 minutes. Is that agreed? Is that agreed? For the purpose of the record, I'll put the question that we reduce time for speakers from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Didymus, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that I support this impeachment motion. I say so because Kenya, we have more than 42 tribes. And it was never our permission to decide which tribe you belong to, Honorable Speaker. And we want every part of our country to feel part and parcel or properly represented by our Deputy President. The continued dividing of our country in shares, Honorable Speaker, in terms of how many votes that a particular area voted for the government, Mr. Speaker, it is making parts of this country feel like they're not part of this country. I think, in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, because of time, I want to summarize what I want to say by saying that Kenya as a country, the position of the Deputy President, it requires a patriot. It requires an individual whom, when he speaks, the country listens with optimism. It doesn't require an individual who, when he opens his mouth, part of this country begins to bleed. This country doesn't require a villager in the name of the Deputy President. It requires a patriot, a statesman. And this House, Mr. Speaker, we will go down in the history of this country because the war against tribalism, the war against segregating this country along shareholding lines, it's a war that we have come a long way, Honorable Speaker. It's a war that we vowed that we must win it in installments, and today we are paying the last installment. Regarding Gachangua must go home, not by walking, but by running, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Wajir West. Please here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I rise, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly but firmly in support of all the articles of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I say reluctantly because of the following reasons. Normally, Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim leader, I don't rush to support this grave matter like this to remove the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya from office after just 2 years of election. But because of the conduct, the behavior of the Deputy President of this country, Mr. Speaker, I have no option but to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I am a witness who went to the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to request for assistance during the drought season, to request for relief food for the people of Wajir West. But the utterances of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya was shocking, Mr. Speaker. He told me, Mr. Speaker, and I want to confirm to this House, that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya told me you have more than your share. It was shocking. I was dejected, hopeless, and left the office in protest, Mr. Speaker. Somebody who demeaned, who disrespected and discriminated against the people I represent in this House. Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, it's a historic day. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, for unity of this House, of the country.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 2
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker, from the onset, I rise to oppose this motion, this special motion on removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when a man is down in the spirit of Ubuntu, it is not good to crush him. On Sunday, the Deputy President at the National Prayer Altar stood and apologized profusely to his boss, to fellow Kenyans, and indeed to all the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, that our party, UDA, on which the Deputy President was elected, has internal disciplinary mechanisms which have not been exhausted so as to bring this matter to this House. I also feel that in the spirit of us finishing the agenda that we promised Kenyan, this matter can wait to 2027 so that we can focus on service delivery to our people. Mr. Speaker, I will personally request the members of this House to find it in their heart to forgive the Deputy President. And I will personally.
Mr. Speaker, you have had honorable member telling this House that in UDA they had not exhausted their disciplinary mechanism. Why did he then decide to sign on the motion? Why did he sign?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The matter of...
One day to finish up.
I did not finish.
Go on, you have half a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the matter of my signing, you talked about it, and the matter is rested. Wanjara can come to your office for further explanation. Mr. Speaker, I personally would like to volunteer to lead other leaders in this country, elders, bishops, to ensure that we sit down with the Deputy President so that if there are any issues that he needs to correct, if there are any issues that he needs to align, he can align so that himself can continue serving the people of this country. He has some good in himself, and that good needs to be preserved so that he can finish his work. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose. Thank you.
Umi. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion of impeachment because of many reasons. Mr. Speaker, as a young person and as a representative of the House for the Youth, I wonder how many young people of this country can walk into a bank and access a loan of 600 million shillings without any guarantees of any sort. Mr. Speaker, this is a representation of impunity. The Deputy President stood before the media yesterday as a national leader to defend his children. I respect that he stood to defend his children, but how many children of this country has he given a chance for them to access the same benefits? Myself included, I cannot access a loan of that amount of money. Mr. Speaker, this impeachment motion is not just an impeachment because of difference of ideology, but it will be a symbol of democracy for our country, that people who abuse their powers can go home, regardless of whatever position they hold. Mr. Speaker, I come from Garissa County. We lost residents from my county at an accident as they were accessing to cross a river because of the flood scandal. Mr. Speaker, out of the 10 billion shillings that he had under his pocket, he only gave us 48 million shillings and disappeared and never showed up again. Mr. Speaker, what can 48 million shillings do for people who are suffering? Mr. Speaker, he did not even step in Wajir and Mandera. This is a deputy president of the whole country. I support the impeachment. He must go home and create a room for other people to get that position. Maybe it's time for other regions to be deputies so that we can get the same benefits. Mr. Speaker, I can even do a good job myself. Mr. Speaker,
Your time is up, Jen Kagiri. If you read the Constitution, you'll know that you don't qualify to be a deputy president at your age. Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honorable Speaker, when I was elected in the year 2022, in the month of August, I was a very grateful person to God, and I knew my work was to serve the people of Laikipia County. A county that is cosmopolitan, that has Pokot, that has Turkanas, that has Masais, that has Samburus, that has the Muslims, it has the Somalis, and all these people, inclusive of the Kikuyus, came together and gave me their votes. That is what comprises of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, the point at which I differed with His Excellency the Deputy President is when he started talking about Mlima. I realized Laikipia County is not Mlima after all, because Mlima, people have running water from taps. In Mlima, people have tarmac roads. In Mlima, people don't suffer human-wildlife conflicts. But in Laikipia County, we have all those challenges. So, Honorable Speaker, that was the first point where we differed. The second point, Your Honorable Speaker, is when there was the talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. In Laikipia County, we are among the counties that have the least population. When you talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, it means you are talking of reduction on resources for my people. That one I would not accept. Honorable Speaker, I remain a Kikuyu. But sadly, since our difference in opinion with His Excellency the Deputy President, I have been the poster girl of his intimidation, of his insults, of his blackmail, of his coercion, telling me that I should not engage the national government, that I should not follow up for resources for my people. Honorable Speaker, once in a while, a generation is called upon to stand for something. Today, I stand for an end to insult, a respect to the dignity of leaders, a respect to my people, Honorable Speaker.
Give her a minute. Give her, okay, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, in my conclusion, I must state, many people have called us traitors, have assumed money has been received for this action. But Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear. I need no money for the restoration of dignity in this house. I need no money for the restoration of respect to women in this house. I need no money for resources to reach my people of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, I submit and I support. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, my attention is drawn to Article 125 of the Constitution. And Article 125 of the Constitution makes reference to the effect that any matter before that the Parliament has got the same powers as High Court. Out of that, Honorable Speaker, then I'm left to look at the evidence presented by my good friend Honorable Mutuse and wonder, does it really meet the threshold of any form of evidence as required at the High Court? Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the various options or breaches that constitute impeachment: gross violation, crime, gross misconduct, and so many other things, Honorable Speaker. I'm at pain, Honorable Speaker, going through this to find anything that has been proved beyond reasonable doubt to move this House, Honorable Speaker, to take such a drastic action. Considering, Honorable Speaker, these are people elected under Article 148, and the framers of the new Constitution, Honorable Speaker, deliberately inserted Article 148 to avoid the kind of abuse that had been there in the past. Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, everybody will be left wondering, what is the role of Parliament in protecting the Constitution? Honorable Speaker, and I want to rephrase Luke 23, verse 4. I find no case against this.
Ruku. He didn't ask for it. Ruku. He didn't ask for any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from onset, I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, when I'm standing here, I'm thinking about the children of the most remote places in the Republic of Kenya. I'm thinking about the children in the remote places in Turkana, in Mandera, in Bere, very remote places, Mr. Speaker. It reminds me on Article 10 of our Constitution, which talks about the national values and principles of governance. And one of the principles which is enshrined in our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is protection of the marginalized. We have seen the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who in many occasions has forgotten that he represents even the most marginalized places, corners of our country. That the numbers of these small communities in the Republic, they have the right, just like any other big community in our Republic. We have seen the smirk, the arrogance, the contempt which the Deputy President of the Republic has to the minority groups in the Republic of Kenya. And coming from a marginalized community, a community which has been marginalized from 1963, Mr. Speaker, I want to state here and now that it's high time we sanitize the office of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, last week on Sunday, I was in...
Your time is up.
In Narok.
Your time is up. Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support the motion by my good brother, the Honorable Mutuse, in impeaching the person of the Deputy President of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, under unwarranted discrimination, in contravention of the Article 27, Part 3 and 4 of the Constitution, the Deputy President has in so many occasions expressed that he only considers people, he considers shareholders. Honorable Speaker, on the 2 occasions that the Deputy President came to Gusiland, on the first occasion while addressing leaders, he told us that the reason why, as Kisses, we should not demand for more things from the government is because we always vote for Mutu wa kitendawili, to quote him. On the second occasion, the Honorable Deputy President told us that siku hizi wa Kisii tumejaa jela kushinda wa Kikuyu. I'm wondering, Honorable Speaker, when did he do the statistics to note that sisi kama wa Kisii, we are the most criminals in this country? And Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I just want to remind the Deputy President, yesterday he spent a lot of time reminding us that he is an orphan. And yet he forgot that there is one orphan that the Deputy President kept saying that he has put for him mitego in State House. The Honorable Deputy President forgets that even the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is an orphan. Why did he forget that he was putting for him mitego? I just want to tell the Deputy President that because of the utterances that you make against people of Kenya, you must go, and you will go home. I thank you.
Malolo Njendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to support this motion strongly. Mr. Speaker, this country has once suffered tribal clashes. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President has been always talking about Central Kenya, Mlima, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, whipping up the tribal feelings. Mr. Speaker, if we allow the Deputy President to continue holding that particular position in the country, Mr. Speaker, what will happen in this country is that most of these other tribes will feel domination of this particular community, will feel intimidation by this community, and they will rise up, gang up against the community of Central Kenya, not because they are liking it, but because of his sentiments and because of what he speaks. Mr. Speaker, this person has been in office for 2 years. but he appears not to have had the conscience to know the kind of office he's holding, and that's why he speaks the way he speaks of regions. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how.
Order, honorable members, order.
I wonder how a person holding that kind of office can keep on talking of Kuweka Miteko State House for people who did not vote for this government, not to enter, not to access. Mr. Speaker, because of Kuweka Miteko, kila mahali kwa kona State House has affected some of us when he was still very active in State House, blocking us from accessing State House. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of shares, I want to tell people from Western Kenya, we are suffering from this because of his input and insisting, embarrassing the president. When he wants to help persons from West Kenya, he says those people don't deserve to have the share they're having in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Robert Mbui. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Being in leadership, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed, listening to the arguments that have been passed here this afternoon, and also earlier in the morning, I've noticed that it's getting a little personal, and I'm feeling a little jittery, because I know the subject matter is a person who is a family man with a wife and children, and friends and relatives, and they're all listening. So I think maybe I will start by reading the Bible, so that we can bring down the temperatures. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32 says, "Be kind, compassionate, and forgiving to each other in the same way God forgave you in Christ." Now, verse 31, Mr. Speaker, says, "Put aside all bitterness, losing your temper, anger, shouting, and slander, along with every other evil." Mr. Speaker, as a member of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, I didn't believe in the leadership of Kenya Kwanza. I opposed it from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, I am vindicated now because I can tell the people of Kathiani that I said that this government is rudderless, is leaderless, is planless. And Mr. Speaker, is also merciless, because within a very short time, the center can no longer hold. Mr. Speaker, former Senator, now Governor James Orengo, famously said in Senate that governments eat their own people. Former leader of majority of the National Assembly, Duale, was eaten by his government. Today is a CS. Former Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kithure Kindiki, was eaten by his government. Now he is also a CS. Former Chair of Budget of this National Assembly was eaten by his government. Today is the majority leader. I don't know. We are now eating Rigiji. Where will he end up? Mr. Speaker, I have an issue of concern, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leader.
Honorable Speaker, is the deputy leader of minority to assert that I was eaten by my own government, Honorable Speaker, whereas he knows I was never eaten by any government. I only stood firm against tyranny. I stood firm against the bullying that I experienced under that regime. The same bullying I have stood firm against a deputy president today who has been bullying members of parliament. And I have only put my chest forward to defend the rights of all these members, including the Honorable Robert Mbui, who was Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President visited Kathiani. He said to the Honorable Mbui that these Kambas are too few. They can never make a president. Kalonzo can never be anything. How can you defend a person who has disdain for Kalonzo Musyoka, a former vice president of this country? Mbui.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love the passion and the humor in the majority leader. But Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed by the energy that I've seen in this house, the vigor, the passion from morning. I mean, it is the first bill, or rather it's the first motion where this house has gone up to public participation in the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I only wish that the energy that we are expending here to send a question to all Kenyans about one individual was being used to fight the issues that are failing us in our education, in our health sector. People here, the cost of living has gone too high. People have no jobs. Mr. Speaker, those are the things that this House should passionately deal with. But Mr. Speaker, for a whole day, and from, I don't know, even the last week or 2 weeks, to deal with that one matter, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are losing direction. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we deal with the things that are affecting our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the education sector, I talked about it here the other day. We don't even have classes for grade 9 going into JSS. Mr. Speaker, the funding model for university has failed. Mr. Speaker, the insurance sector, NHIF, is having a problem, Mr. Speaker. How then do we spend taxpayers' money and time to come and deal with a matter of one single individual, Mr. Speaker? Now we are told that this person, Mr. Speaker, is a tribalist. But, Mr. Speaker, those comments that he made, yesterday he made it very clear. And I was shocked. I was very shocked, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, to realize that in fact Kenya Kwanza was actually a company that is limited by shares, and that people negotiated shares for themselves. The mover of the motion is a member of MCCP. MCCP negotiated shares for Lower Eastern. Mr. Speaker, because we had 2 cabinet secretaries in this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we only have 1. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words. The Deputy President may have said that he is a shareholder and there are issues about his community, but if you look at the appointments that are being made in Kenya, then you will realize that the person of the President himself is the one who is the biggest tribalist, Mr. Speaker, because he's appointing people from his own community for every provision. Mr. Speaker, if we have to find a situation where a school has failed, you do not fire the deputy principal. You get rid of the principal. Our problem is not the deputy, it is the head.
Yes, Farah.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Farah.
Mr. Speaker, I was standing. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Robert Mbui, you are normally more decent than that.
This is a house of. Oh, Mr. Speaker, protect me. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is this. This is the place where our constitution itself was passed. You cannot bring, talk about a president or even any other head of state of a friendly country without bringing a substantive motion. So you cannot discuss the conduct of the president. And by the way, I want to correct you. You might
point is out of order.
Your point of saying that government
take your seat is out of order. Kahangara. Yes, use my card.
Honorable Kahangara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hold on a second, they're going to put for you the mic. Clerk, just yes, I can see the mic. Take the one next to Mheshimiwa Fulamu. Take that one, yes. He's gone to the one you had given him.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And I want to say that from the onset, I am in support of the motion, the special motion for the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, let me say that this country, Kenya, is a country that is is led by a constitution, by laws, and a country that is led by of democracy. In this country, Mr. Speaker, every 5 years Kenyans go to elections to elect their leaders, and after elections, for people to assume office, they take an oath of office where they say that they are going to respect the Constitution, they are going to protect the Constitution of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy President took oath of office, he promised that he was going to respect the Constitution of Kenya. In his responsibilities, we are told that the President is a symbol of national unity. He's the one who is supposed to be uniting this country and also to respect the diversity of the various communities and tribes in this country. In the same constitution, it says that the deputy president is the principal assistant to the president. So if he is the principal assistant to the president, meaning that he performs the duties that are performed by the president. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the deputy president has gone around this country talking about shares, meaning that he has put all the tribes of this country into coalition. And I want to thank the member who brought this particular motion, because we are saving this country from somebody who is, I would call a suicide bomber, somebody who is ready to die, somebody who wants to die with Kenyans. And we want to say that we are ready to fight tribalism, ensure that this country continues in...
Your time is up, Kangara Kasheri. Give Honorable Njeri the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to vehemently oppose this motion on behalf of the great people of Kirinyaga. Honorable Speaker, it begs the question, does it not prick our conscience as a House that barely 4 months after passing the grossly unpopular finance bill, which the President himself refused and declined to assent to, that we're here discussing an impeachment motion of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? Honorable Speaker, the young people of this nation unequivocally told us to fix high unemployment levels among the young people, gross corruption at all levels of government, accountability issues in regard to leadership, our ailing healthcare sector, among other things. Honorable Speaker, many young people died on that day, Honorable Speaker. Several others to date are still missing, Honorable Speaker. It begs the question, the priorities we have as a 13th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the motion before us is frivolous, it is baseless, it is lacking in substance. It is nothing but a shambolic political scheme to hang the truthful man for merely being truthful. Honorable Speaker, we must redeem the 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We must ensure that we give...
Kasheri, take your seat. Yes, Donya. Give Donya the mic. Hold, Jerry, you have about...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Honorable Gachangua in order to bring things which have passed, like the finance bill, when we are discussing about the impeachment motion? But Gachangua is my friend, but this one you are wrong, my dear. We are discussing about the impeachment of Gachangua, not finance bill. Let the foregone be the foregone.
Honorable Speaker, I would want the honorable member, who is my very good friend, to point what standing order she rose on and what standing order can ensure that I do not speak on matters that have been controverted and that are public information, Honorable Speaker. We passed the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. It is a matter of fact. Even if you boo me, I will speak. The young people of this nation deserve more. They want jobs. They want healthcare sorted. The impeachment of the Deputy President is a sham political process.
Kasheri, order. Jerry shall be heard in silence and dignity. But Jerry, your time is up. Women Rep of Migori. Yes, Wanjala. What is out of order? Give Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the person who is accused, whom we are debating, was supposed to be here by 5. It is 7 minutes past 5.
He actually is.
Mr. Speaker, can we bar him from coming because he's late?
He's already here. Yes. Migori Women Rep. Give to Fatuma. I look for you to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly protect me, Mr. Speaker. I can't be heard, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Excuse me, honorable member. Please give me time to speak. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity you have given me. And as I stand here as a Muslim, I don't know when I'll die. In case I die before the impeachment time, I vote yes, Gachangua must go. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to the Bible, Proverbs 23:10, verse 11. And it says, please keep quiet. And it says, don't move an old stone that marks a border, and don't take fields that belong to the orphans. God, their defender, is strong. He will take their side against you. I want Gachangua to know, the former deputy president of Kenya should know that when you touch anything of the orphans, it is not Kenya Kwanza, it is not Azimio, but it is God Almighty that will pull the fire on you. I will return to the Quran. The Holy Quran in Surah An-Nisa said, surely those who eat up property of the orphans unjustly, they only eat fire into their bellies, and soon they will enter a blazing fire. I am telling the former deputy president of Kenya that you have eaten fire into your belly, and the fire will surely burn you. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, I have heard that the deputy president has 21 lawyers. How much does the deputy president earn to have 21 lawyers? And I understand each lawyer is paid 10 million. And I'm telling Kenyans, it is your taxpayers' money.
Your time is up. Rueda. Honorable members, we are coming to an end. Order, honorable members. I've given the floor to member for Lamu East.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, umoja wa taifa ni muhimu sana, na vile ilivyofanyika na naibu wa rais ilionekana kwamba hakuna umoja. Nataka ijieleweke kwamba watu wa mlima wanaishi sehemu zingine. Kule kwangu Kiunga niko na watu wa mlima, na kile wanachoona zaidi ni sand dunes. Hawaoni mlima, wanaona bahari. Nataka niseme ile kuzungumzia kuhusu NIS ilikuwa ni grave mistake. Wamekosea sana. Afadhali angetaja Nurdin kama ako na shida naye kuliko institution ya NIS. Ni kutufanya sisi tukae dhaifu katika maadui zetu. Kwa mfano Al-Shabaab wataona vipi sisi kama tuko weak. Ingine nasema, ukiwa unatukana mwanamke, na tena hii ikuwe kwa mtu yoyote, yule anatukana mwanamke ajue mwanamume yote anatukana mwanamke, mashimo yako 7 kwa kila mtu alioumbwa. Wanaume wanayo, wanawake wanayo. Kama ni malaya basi ni wote wanaweza kutumia kwa malaya. Hii jina ya malaya nimechoka kusikia. Ingine naulizwa mashimo ni haya mawili ya pua, ya masikio, ya mdomo na yale mengine mawili. Kila mtu ako nayo. Ingine nataka niseme, sisi tunafundishwa Kiislamu kuheshimu wajane na mayatima. Ikiwa kuna mtu haiheshimu majane na mayatima, basi hairuhusiwi kidini yetu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Order. Member for Kipipiri, take your seat. Yes, Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this. The mood in the House is such that it's already 5. And Honorable Speaker, it's my plea to you that the country is waiting. We move to the next stage so that we may hear the Deputy President speak. Remember, this is a motion which has timelines. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. If you listen to the Speaker, when I called out member for Lamu East, I said she was going to be the last one on this. So she is indeed the last one on this. The interaction on the motion. Order. Order, members. The interaction of members on the motion has been very, very intense. Order, honorable members. Keep your cool. Yes, keep your cool. The members who have spoken are many. It is not possible for each and every one of us to speak on the same motion. For those who have spoken, I appreciate you for your tremendous industry for and against the motion. Now, His Excellency the Deputy President is in the chamber, and he is accompanied, I believe, by his legal team or assistants. We will now move to the next stage. You remember I had advised the House, Order, Joyce Kamene. This is not a moment where the Speaker can exercise the option to exclude you from proceedings, but I know you differently. You are normally a very dignified person. I don't know what is the problem today. I want to urge the House that as we move to this stage, you remember we said at 5, the Deputy President had been assigned 2 hours in accordance with the standing orders. The standing orders say not more than 2 hours. So he may exercise to spend the 2 hours or less as he wishes. Secondly, once he finishes, then the minority leader, majority leader will take the floor as we had agreed. After that, then the mover will be invited to reply. And after that, you will go into a voting session. Your Excellency,